Good morning, everyone, and a happy whatever today is. I hope you're having a good day so far. I have no idea what we're going to do today, but we're going to do a lot of it. We got some tea. We got some very loud music. Not anymore. Well, you don't have music. You don't get music. So, yes. Switch to Helix as your main editor. I could, but I actually don't like Helix, so I'm not going to. How you doing, Hybrid Low? How you doing, Message? How you doing, Caleb?
You don't like Helix? Are you the devil?
Why, yes.
So we're probably not going to do this. I found a bug yesterday, and that kind of ruined 4.5 hours of figuring something out, though. So that doesn't feel particularly interesting. I do like the notion of doing something like Rust links, but for more intermediate users. But trying to figure out what intermediate users are turned out to be a difficult challenge, though. Like, where do we go with that? Somewhere. Who knows where? Right, so I honestly don't know what we're gonna take today, what we're gonna do, but I think it's gonna be a mixed bag. Definitely. Good work, Hybrid. What are you gonna waste your day with? What's your preference? What's your preferred time wasting technique? Let's hear what is chat's preferred time wasting technique. And you cannot say Twitch. All right, it's too obvious. Okay. Right, guitar. Well, that's nice. Are you learning something new, Message, or are you just noodling on the guitar? Staring into the void. Oh man, staring into the void can be really fun, but after about 2-3 seconds, it gets a bit boring. New to guitar, jazz guitar. Cool. I am not new to guitar. I've had guitars for many years. I just don't know how to play them, but that seems like a small detail. Would you guys like it if I learned to play guitar on stream? No? No, we would not, said chat. Do it. Now, watching someone learn to play the guitar is insanely boring. Because they start playing something and then you realize that they don't know how to play anything, and learning to play music is very repetitive. So it's just like the same thing over and over again. You're just jumping between chords, and that is actually really boring to listen to. So it's not fun. What is fun for you guys is to watch me fail at things maybe, but failing at guitar for an hour is probably not fun. When I got my previous keyboard, my previous piano keyboard, I sat and played for 8 hours straight, though. That was fun. Play Smoke on the Water or anything by Nirvana, right? So Nirvana is also one of those bands where the guitar is reasonably simple to figure out. So a little bit of backstory that no one asked for. My wife is actually used to be a music teacher, and she used to be in a metal band as well. So she was a music teacher for a few years as well, and she couldn't teach me music, so there's no hope. I should ask her if she wants to do a stream with me where she teaches me music, and I know she's gonna say no. Okay, then, well, that will clear that up. All right, what else is going on? So this is what I figured I'm gonna do today. Actually, I don't know what I'm going to do today, but I figured I'll interact with chat as long as chat interacts with me. And when you guys go quiet, then I will just go into focus mode until someone says something stupid and we get on that. How does that sound?
Sounds great.
All right.
Let's do it.
So we are going to maybe do a little bit of... should we have a little bit of a look on is there something in programming, in the world of programming, that is interesting to know, right? What are you learning, Marvin? What's your kind of thing? What's your deal, Marvin? What's your deal, man? What are you doing? Marvin, what are you doing? You're a 4-month-old. Not time for anything. I don't even have time to try out Space Age. What is Space Age? Oh, Factorio, right. That's the thing. That came out 2 days ago, was it? Hello, Easy. Factorio DLC. Yeah. What if we had DLCs for programming languages? Wouldn't that be a tragic and possibly unimportant world? So yeah. What else is new? Okay, boring things. Let me just get a few things off my chest, okay? I'm not talking about my top. Yeah, there you go. I suspect the field of software engineering took a big hit that day. Automatic lifetime handling DLC. That's a garbage collector, Easy Tech. You can get that for free. Buy new set. Oh, you can enable the nightly features. You get a version of standard library with the nightly features enabled. All right, and there you go. That's the DLC. So not only do people give you money, but they also act as your beta testers. Wouldn't that be beautiful? All right. So the thing. I'm gonna try to be as normal as possible. That was probably not the right word. I'm gonna try to be as level as possible today. But the bunny took a turn for the worse yesterday and had to go into the hospital, the bunny hospital, this morning, and I don't know if he's coming back or not. So I'm a little bit, but I just had to say this now, but I'm gonna try to stay away from this thing because that's not why you're here. You're not here to watch a miserable man, okay? That's a different stream. You have to watch my YouTube channel. Misery Man does misery things, right? So not that, but that means that anyone who's going to be asking me about the bunny going forward, I'm just going to say the bunny's doing. We don't know. It's not going to be my answer, right? We don't know. So I don't have to have this conversation over and over again because it's not fun, right? So that said, you just described early access on Steam. Well, I mean, there you go. People pay money to be your beta tester. So right. Yeah. I promised you I'll stream every day. I'm here. We are 8 days away from D-Day. So what should we do then? I thought there's like 1,000,001 things that I have to do, and I don't know where to start. Exactly, what is the plan, right? What is the plan? So I don't know. I tried, for those of you who caught this morning, I tried the whole streaming together with Marek this morning, which is why there was a stream going. I had to go live to be able to join his stream, but then I could turn off OBS and not be live anymore, and that worked. Very strange, the whole thing, right? But that means that tomorrow or Friday, I don't know. I don't know what day, but Marek will let me know. I might do a stream with him. I think we're supposed to do programming of some sort, some language I never used before. I have no idea what language we're gonna use. So we'll see. What else is new? Well, I wasn't really about what was new, but that's a thing, right? How you guys doing? Does any of you want to jump on stream with me today at some point? If you're up for it, might do that as well. Just to fill the void, fill the sound void a little bit. Yeah, I mean, we should probably. Yeah, you're up for it. I didn't specifically want to ask you, but I was thinking about you, right? I was thinking maybe you want to do it, right? Not sure how the latency is going to work, but yeah. Do you want to do it now, Caleb? Do you want to Are you up for it? I mean, let's do this over Discord then. Yeah, I'll do this over Discord. Let me turn off my music here. It takes so long to power these off. I think you literally have to hold them for like five seconds. All right, so there is you. Do you wanna go and like get tea, coffee, a biscuit before I dial you in? Already sorted. Okay. Let's see how this goes now. I need to pop open OBS so I can see you. Hello?
Hello.
Whoa, that was loud. Okay, let's try this again. Just do a bit of testing 1, 2, 3 thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that you have to say testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3.
All right, the audio levels looks pretty good. Do you wanna turn on your camera?
Or
Or
that's
not?
a good question.
All right, put some pants on, and
Yeah.
we'll do the camera thing.
Hold on.
See if I can pop
Can I
this up.
preview my camera? Because I don't even know what it...
All right, let me.
I can. Okay.
While you do that, I'm gonna modify my stream
God,
thing here.
horrible.
As well. So it's gonna be at Caleb. Why is this not working?
I have a very terrible camera, so it's probably not going to be great.
That's all right. I am expecting us to be looking at your pop filter. Right, that's what I remember from your picture. All right, let's have a look. Let's do. Oh no, I can't. All right, so I have to put your name on here, right? There we go. At Caleb Dev.
God damn.
Do you have a different name on Twitch? As that you're streaming
No.
under?
Don't think so.
Because when I did an at on another person, I got to choose their username, but when I do at now for my title, it doesn't show anything. Good morning, Enrico. All right, we'll just do at Caleb. There you go. All right, let's pop this out.
Very terrible camera.
That's all good, man. That's all good. Okay, let's see. Can I do this and then pop it out? Like, apparently I cannot. There we are. Okay. I'm going to put you over there. There you go. So how you doing, buddy? How's tricks? What's new in the land of isopods?
Not a lot really. Like personal things happening, that's about it, and then just existing, I guess.
Personal thing and existing, man. Yeah, I mean, personal things are a bitch, right? Like really, they can be. I mean, it seems like everyone in the world is going through personal things right now. I mean, mines aren't as big as other people's. But we're all there, right? We're all there in that swamp of personal things, right? Everyone's doing their own thing. So what's the painting behind you, right? What is that? It looks like sort of a metal meets Captain America.
That's a good question because I don't know.
All right, fair enough. It's a painting. All
Yep,
right.
I've had it for God knows how long, and I've just had it. I don't know.
What
I've
if it's
given
one of
it,
those things that's worth like billions and billions of Aussie dollars, and you just having it on the wall there?
I doubt it. I feel like it was probably only like $10, if anything, honestly.
Fair enough. All right. So what are you working on these days? Like, what's your programming language of choice these days? You've been singing it up, have you?
I've still feel like I'm kind of jumping around a little bit. I got into C3 recently, and I've been doing a little bit on contributing to like their LSP and stuff like that. That's about it.
All right. You're contributing to C3.
then-
Good work.
Yep. Doing like little bits of documentation stuff and just helping out a little bit, and then slowly building a little project in it.
Very
But
nice.
yeah, other than that, not a lot, I don't think.
So what got you into C3 then? How did that turn up on your radar?
I've seen it before, like maybe like a year or so ago. It came up when I was looking around for languages. It looked cool at the time. I joined the Discord, and then apparently I just left it at that for a while, and then eventually came back to it again once I seen Soding bring it back up again in his recent streams.
So what's your take on this thing, right? If we disregard everyone else who's talking about C3, what's your personal take on it? What your experience with this thing?
Well, initially I thought it was kind of Zig-like because it has a lot of features that kind of go the same like Zig, with like it's allocated and all these different things. Initially I thought it was kind of, very C-like, and then I ended up reading more into it and it seemed pretty, I don't know, nice, I guess. But after using it, I feel like it's got everything that I kind of enjoy in a language. There's a few little things like usual where, you probably aren't a big fan, but I think everything so far is pretty reasonable to me.
So I'm gonna say good morning to Cat Person. How you doing, buddy? So C3 is what? Is it supposed to be like a C replacement, extension, sidecar? Where do you put C3?
Well, it's supposed to be C with basically more features or more modern features, and maybe some modifications to try and make it a little bit more friendlier, I guess.
Fair enough. How's memory management done in C3? Is it malloc and free still, or is there another model?
It's the same kind of deal as Zig, where it has allocators, and they offer things like defer and all that sort of stuff so that you can, handle it the same kind of way that Zig does it.
What do you think? Because I talked about this in the past, right? I said if you're making a new programming language today, you're gonna have a lot of struggle because all languages have books and build tools and everything. How do you feel like C3 is comparing to Sig in its maturity level? Do you think C3 has a chance?
I feel like it hasn't had as much popularity as it maybe it could have. It definitely does feel nice as, like, even for me who doesn't really enjoy using C directly, I feel like it's nice to use, even though like I'm probably not exactly the target audience for it, but so I feel like it would be good for even beginner level people trying to get into more lower level languages. So I feel like it has a place. I don't know how big of a place it takes up though.
What makes you say that you're not the target audience, given that you are in fact a programmer and the target audience would be programmers, right?
I think it's just mainly the main deal with it being like a C-like language. So like I've never been really into C. I've used it a little bit and then just found it way too difficult to understand everything. So I think because it's trying to shoot for a more, like if you use C, maybe you can use this as your new language of choice. And like since I don't use C on my own, like I'm not the main target, I guess, but I could be a target.
Okay, interesting take. I think new languages. So C3 sounds like it's targeting people who are already programming C and they want to move to something else. But I would reason that they probably don't want to just recruit old C programmers. They probably want new programmers such as yourself as well. I very much think that everyone is the target audience, because there's no point in making a language that is just supposed to replace another language and capture the current audience. I mean, what's Carbon doing today, right? Who's talking about Carbon these days? The C++, whatever, right? No one, exactly. No one cares, right? It was like, oh, there's an internal Google project or whatever, right? No one cares. It's all Gumberg, right? A question in chat for you from Enrico. What is the current / future project that you will be working on?
I kind of am working on something at the moment where, like, I had an old project that I worked on as like a teenager, like a small like game project. I kind of want to remake that, or remake it to what it was, and then take it further because it wasn't finished. But at the moment, I'm making my own like map editor type thing because I thought it would be kind of cool to mess with making like UI stuff, and I'm using like Raylib and stuff at the moment with it. But on the topic of Raylib though, it seems like a lot of people come into the Discord and talk about wanting to use something like Raylib, or what else? I think it's mainly Raylib, but there's also like other graphics things in there
SDL2
that people seem to be questioning.
Is there an SDL3 as well now? Did that happen?
There is. I don't know if they've had bindings made for it yet, but they have like a vendor on Discord, not Discord, on GitHub with like a bunch of libraries like STL and I think OpenGL, maybe Vulkan and Raylib and other things like Tree Sitter, I think as well.
I think with this setup, what we have on screen now, like Bone and just made me aware of. I think a lot of people are going to think that you're the creator of C3 now, just because we have this screen set up. So should we're just going to let them think that, okay? So there you go, right? Caleb may or may not have created C3, right? We don't know, okay? No, but okay. So how long have you been using C3? What do you are you feeling that this is something that you're going to be sticking with, or is this just another flavor of the month kind of thing? Harsh questions.
At the moment, I feel like before my recent personal dramas have come up, I was kind of getting a bit weird with programming. Like I don't know. I feel like I probably burnt myself out again. But I feel like this is like enjoyable to write, so maybe I will stick with it a bit longer. I haven't really been tempted as much to write anything else like I have been. So maybe it could be something that sticks around for more long term, but I still enjoy writing other things when it comes to that.
Yeah, understandable. And I was thinking about this myself yesterday, that I don't get a lot of thinking done these days again, everyone in the world is having the personal dramas, right? And it's hard to think when you do, because your mind is so occupied with the drama. It takes up all your mental space. So after stream yesterday, which, admittedly wasn't very productive, I was just going around this loop in my head, going over this personal drama, right? And it just eats up all of your time. And I was talking to my wife, and she's like, "Oh, I just compartmentalized the stuff away." And then after I called her a robot and she got angry, I just kind of got on with the rest of my day, right? Thinking about the strife of life, right? It is difficult, right? Mm-hmm. Are you good at compartmentalizing? Are you good at sort of just putting things in a box and getting on with other things? Or
I guess it depends on the situation, but I feel like I can kind of hide it, or at least hide it very well. I don't know if I could handle it well all the time, but I get through it eventually. Like, I don't know if there's anything else you can really do at that point. You just have to get on with it.
Yeah. I mean, there's denial as well, man. That's pretty good. Be like, yeah, nothing has changed. Everything is still the same. Denial is healthy for you. Just there you go. Bottle it up and then denial. That's good, right? Yep. Okay, that's cool. So anyway, so C3, okay, that could be interesting. Do they have build tools, package managers? What are they? How do they differ, right? In terms of in comparison, I think Sig feels like the closest comparison here, right? How do they differ?
So when you download it, you get the compiler, and then that is actually kind of the build tool as well, because you can use it more like a more traditional compiler where you just pass it a bunch of arguments and a bunch of files and off you go. But you can also set up projects as well, so that you can have like your configuration file, your source folder, your lib folder, all these different things, and I think it also has test running and all that sort of stuff. So it's pretty standard in that way, I guess. Like you can have projects and run projects rather than individual files, etc.
Interesting. Okay, so Here's an interesting. I'm looking at the example of this thing, and I feel like they're being different just for the sake of being different. Like go with the generics. They put the return type after the function keyword because otherwise you've always seen the return type being the first key or the first ident or the last ident before the curly brackets. By here they decided to jam it in between the function keyword and the function name, right? There's this. Do you think are they being different just for the sake of being different here? Do you think so?
Well, as far as I'm aware, most of the syntax came from C2, which was what the creator worked on before this, and then
So
I think they ended
C2
up
is
just
an
branching
actual
off
thing.
to do C3.
So there's an actual C2.
Yeah, I don't know how much work's going into it or how much activity it has anymore. I think there was a reason that they decided to make C3
Oh, there is a
because they
C2 lag.
didn't see much C2 activity going on. I can't remember the story.
So apparently the difference between C and C2 is macros. C has them, C2 doesn't. Every C program allowed in Hello World seems to need them. Replacing macros with something else is not trivial. So looking at these things, yeah, all right. So that was just another a post, right? Yeah, this feels a little bit dated. Looking at the web page here, C2 compiler. Let's see, it has not. Well, it has no. There people are still working on it. 2 weeks ago, someone did some changes to this thing, right?
It might have just slowed down in activity, I think.
I guess so. I mean, it must be. So if you are a language creator and you don't bring your language to 1.0 and sort of gain popularity for it, I feel like you can't really start another language because languages are somehow there's a lot of trust going into a language. It's the foundation for what you do, right? Everything is built on top of the compiler or the programs that people write. So if you sort of jump ship to another compiler, you lose a little bit of trust, right? So it must be a bit hectic to be a language developer having to maintain an old language like C2, especially if you don't want to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you managed to convince some poor fool at some company to use your language for their infrastructure. Now they're dependent on your whims, right? What up? Have you ever released anything open source and sort of put anything out there and had to deal with being a maintainer of software, right?
Honestly, I don't think I've really made anything open. I think I've made things public, but that's about as far as I've gone that way.
That's a relaxed
usually
take then. Just make it public and then whatever the whole thing, right?
Because usually most of the things that I do, like working on, they don't stick around for long because more often than not, I'm just wanting to make something to try and have like an idea kind of in front of me, essentially. But nothing like serious, I guess.
What do you feel is the strength of C3? Like the thing that is the reason to use it?
I've played a little bit around with like the actual C interop and stuff. It seems almost straightforward as it could be. You just write extern and then you're basically done, and it's pretty easy to link with. I think it's pretty good if you're coming from C to try and wrap your C in C3, and apparently you can use it like incrementally as well. I think on their GitHub page they talk about what was it? Is it either Doom or something else that they partially ported?
Yeah, was this not one of those things that they just knocked out in no time, basically? Let's see if we can get to the source code. There we go. Here's the GitHub repo. Oh, it's Quake. Look at that.
Oh, Quake. Yeah, it was one of them.
The Vulkan as a VK Quake. So I'm guessing there's Vulkan as well, just to really flex. Wow, that's the thing. So, what is there anything you miss from the language? I see that they don't actually seem to have match statements, for instance.
I always enjoy pattern matching. They don't have any.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's the feels like it's missing a bit.
I think their generics are a bit weird, but they work fine. I haven't had like many problems with it.
Let's see if I can find some generics here. So we got error handling.
They're module-based generics.
Okay. Let's see. Where can we see? Can we see generic? Here we go. Generics. Generic modules or parameterized modules allow functionality for. So you define things in modules and then you generic over a module, right?
Yep.
Oh,
And you can have like const generics with like sort of like Rust where you have a value.
interesting. So does that make a value of a module then?
Good question.
They have macros. Are they hygienic macros? Do you know if they are?
As far as I'm aware, they're basically like C macros,
Fair enough.
which are not ideal.
No, C macros are not hygienic. They'll leak things left, right, and center. But okay. So what do you have is it like structs for building up your types, and do they have algebraic data types?
Unfortunately, no.
No? Okay. You know what? I'm sure it's fine either way. Let's see. Language fundamentals. Is there anything in here? Have you read the guide then? Have you read through this thing, or how did you approach this?
I read through the initial guide because it's had a big revamp recently, so there's been a lot of shifting around of everything. So I haven't exactly gone over the new guide, but I don't think it has changed much anyway. I think it's just been shifted and maybe reworded in a few places.
Okay. Zero is initialization. Is this actual thing, or are they coining a new phrase here saying zero is initialization?
Pretty sure that's a thing. I think Zig says something like this as well.
Fair enough. Because it sounds like that instead of Z or ZII, they have we have RI in Rust, which is a thing that comes from C++ as far as I know. Resource initialization is resource acquisition is initialization. Is that what it is? Oh man, I don't
Something
know.
like that.
But okay, cool. First class SIMD vector types. That's cool. We talked about SIMD on stream a while ago. I don't know if you were here then, but Senpai says he's pretty sure he's heard Casey Muratori use the term CII. All right. Right.
It pretty much just means that
acquisition.
everything gets zeroed out. It's not like garbage.
Yeah, so basically uninitialized memory is actually initialized then with zero. It's zeroed, right? So this is one of those things. This is not true in Rust. You have to do this unsafe, obviously, but you can have uninitialized memory that is not zeroed out. Or rather, if it's zeroed out or not, that's not down to Rust. That's down to whoever gave you the memory, I think, which would be the operating system, I guess, in most cases. So that's cool. So you're working on, so you're using C3 to work on this game project then?
Yep.
Do you have anything public? Can we see anything?
I've got screenshots of stuff, but that's about it.
Let's see a screenshot.
I haven't started much on the game itself because I'm trying to make the little editor thing. Hold on. I'll see if I can find the photos. Because of their vendor, they have Raylib and stuff in it. So a lot of people seem to be coming and asking about Raylib.
I see.
And Raylib seems pretty to use. Whoops, what the hell was that? That was not an image. That was a link.
I have put your name in the title, but maybe it's not seeing. I'm gonna update my stream title. So streaming with Caleb. There we go. All right. Now, so when I paste your name, it doesn't work.
Sent you a few images of what I have so far. It's been a little bit since I worked on it because, it came just before my personal dramas. So
yes. There we go. All right. So let's pop this open in a browser. Here we go. map editor. All right, very nice. Look, I'm there in the corner. Okay, let's have a look. And then, so this looks a little bit like a tile map. Is that about it? Is that right?
Yeah. It's just all colors at the moment just to get it all out. I was going to do textures and then life happened.
You have alert boxes. You have like dialogues with confirmation. That's pretty good. You've gone that far. Because I feel like
Yeah,
that's
it's all
something that
custom
people
UI.
wouldn't do. They'd be like, nah, you click on clear map, you clear the map. We put the handbrake and seatbelt in later, right?
Yeah.
Who is Caleb, says Azrael. Caleb is another streamer here on Twitch who hangs out in my chat from time to time, and you can see him up there. That's a Caleb. He's a friend of the Australian Isopod Society. I don't know if that's true. I just made it up. And how long since you actually streamed, by the way? It's been a while. You were in the relay. Have you streamed since then?
Yep. That was the last time I technically streamed, and then before that, God knows how long.
It's been a while. Do you miss streaming? I mean, if we disregard the current life situations, though, do you feel like streaming is on the table again?
Maybe, because I feel like I am sitting around a lot and doing like nothing. So maybe it is time to come back.
So we can all sit around together and do nothing. We can do together in nothing. Doing nothing together is what I meant. Not sit together in nothing. That sounds like we're all dead. But we're not in a rush to get there. Good morning, Intricate. I've been doing a few streams, Intricate, where I've had other streamers or people on the stream. Right, we had Don last week who talked about medical devices inside people. That was quite riveting. I was on another stream this morning with Marek, but it wasn't official. It was kind of a mess because I didn't read instructions on how to stream together. I just pushed a bunch of buttons and then I got angry when it wasn't working as I expected it to do, which is how people are, right? There you go. Right. So okay, if we did another kind of relay sort of thing, do you have any thoughts on that, Caleb? What are you thinking if we did? Maybe not a relay. I think we can do something else. I think we do something we can do things in sort of almost in parallel, or where we don't have to avoid each other's streams to sort of work on it, right? Do you have any thoughts? I have some ideas, but I haven't taken it very far, right?
The actual of what to do, I wouldn't have a clue because obviously we want to do it a bit differently so that we're not all avoiding each other, because that does make it hard if we wanted to watch them.
It does, and it was really fun for me to be able to. I think I watched like 16 hours of streaming straight that day, but which is something that I barely have the energy to watch a stream when I'm done streaming these days, and to sit and watch 16 hours or whatever, that was pretty intense. But it would be fun if everyone could watch everyone, so it doesn't matter who starts. Like everyone can just do whatever. Maybe we could build something like a pipeline, and so we take a concept that everyone agrees on, and then we make it into sections so everyone can just grab a section to work on, and we just define this section. If we're doing this in Rust, obviously, then we just define each section as a trait. So you have to have like an output trait of one of these sections, and then you can do whatever, whenever, as long as the traits are defined. I mean, we could literally just do that. We could have the trait. The whole concept is just one single trait that has to be the input and the output, and there's no other information is necessary. But you could watch other people stream, or you could just do your own thing without caring, right? That could be interesting, because then you would start the chain, you run someone's code, and then you know the output already because it's part of the trait, right?
Is that going to be a trait that just can't change from the beginning?
Well, I think if we all agreed on the trait, then it would be something. I don't know, because we probably have to figure out some kind of like, so one of these boxes aren't just an infinite loop that's running like a game, because then it doesn't move over to the other boxes. So there has to be some, maybe the whole thing has to be in a loop. So we have a core program that starts a loop, and then we just load everyone else's programs in there or modules in there. And since we already decided on the trait up front, the code will always compile, right? You just add your module to it and attach it to the main function, and one. So we would end up with something that would be, let's set the file type to Rust, and whoops, that was the wrong Rust. No. There we go. Can we do this now? Yes, we can, right? So we would have something like my module and your module. And then we would have the trait thing, whatever that is, right? So we would just start with the run function here. And then as an input to this run function could be your run function. And as an input to your run function, we would have Enrico, who's now in this run or whatever, and then this thing would be in a loop, maybe, I don't know. But I mean, we can sort of throw ideas around, but I think that would make it interesting, because the input has to be the input and the output has to be the same for all functions, right? So someone could write the first block to just be the initialization, and then the second block, and whatever you do in it, as long as the only rule is that obviously we have to use the same, or everyone has to use the same trait. So we would have to have like a base library that we base this on, that we work on, that just contains the trait and the run function, the scaffolding set up so we can run this. And that you don't hog the entire runtime. So you have to do some kind of computation, maybe get some user input, whatever it is. But then your function has to end, and then another one has to start. So you wouldn't necessarily, you could create a graphical context and do things, but yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts?
That seems very chaotic. Like, I don't.
But
know
chaotic
how
fun or chaotic? I was
work
chaotic. I want to
nicely.
watch this, or chaotic. No one wants to see this, and this makes no sense.
Um,
The later.
I mean, it would be interesting to watch because, like, you're trying to figure out how you're essentially doing like some weird functional program like pipelining. You want to have an input and then you get an output, and then you pass that on to the next thing, and then the next thing. But then if you're putting it in a loop, we're having to do this every frame or every iteration, whatever you want to call it. I just want to know how that works
So if we had
in a nice
something
way.
that what if we had like a tick function that takes a mutable reference to self, and so I was thinking that we can do things with associated types, but that would leave it a bit too easy to break. And then we have a public function called run that takes nothing. Well, it has to take some kind of input, and this thing is supposed to return an impl of the trait. Okay, so maybe we have a... yeah, we have to take some... Actually, we're going to have an input here that is generic over t, and then we're going to return t. And then I don't know what the trait would do there. No, this doesn't work either, because we get... This thing has to return something, but we're supposed to put chain everything together. So, yeah, and it has to be in a loop as well.
It's very interesting trying to figure out how to make it work nicely.
I think that the trait itself would be interesting. It's tempting to make the trait do more things, but I think the less it does, the more open-ended the whole thing becomes, right? But how do we so how do we start this off then, right? How can we have to have like an initialization of these things. The first person that runs this has to do the init code that produces this thing. Maybe that's how it would work. So you get the input. Actually, what we could do is we could have we could have another trait called run. Maybe that could work. And then this run function, it just has the run trait. And it still has the... It's going to have the run trait and the initial trait. So that's going to be our input, and our runtime. That's going to be our... But that can just be input run, I guess. No. Yes, maybe. Yes, so as long as this thing has a function called run that takes ownership of self and returns input run, could that work? Maybe not. How's your Rust these days? Do you do any Rust programming?
Tiny bits. I haven't touched it really in a while.
How long is a while? Are you gonna be like, I was gonna say rusty, but that's too obvious. Are you gonna be a bit unprepared?
I mean, I know what this is doing, so I guess I'm not completely out of it.
Okay, if you know what this is doing, then you know more than me, because I've lost track what I was doing. So, okay. So if we get the input and the runtime, then we could that will give us the initialization, right? So this runtime, how can we? Actually, everyone has to have a runtime, and that's supposed to return. Maybe this thing takes the trait as its input and then returns the runtime. So when we run, we get the input. So we do runtime.run. That's going to get with the input. That's going to get us the next input. But then how do we chain these together? Oh wait, why is this thing wrong?
How do you chain them together and then make it loop and then have that do something?
Yeah, exactly. So we can chain these together. So maybe like the run function isn't the right thing to do here. So if we all implement the run trait, then what if we made a new module here? We do a new source t.rs as well. So let's go to lib. Mod t c, there we go, and let's open up. Okay, so I haven't saved those. Which one is unsaved? Is this one unsaved? Yes, it is. There we go. So now we have those modules. And what would that look like then? So let's say that we have our struct A here, and then we import. Maybe that's because we can't say that a module has a function. There has to be some means to do this. But we also need to specify the order. Actually, maybe we don't specify the order. Maybe the order should be possibly random, right? So the order of the functions doesn't matter. Unless we have more specifications around what this does. I don't know. Maybe we could build this as... Oh man, I'm having too many ideas at the same time. This is not working.
The pipelining could work if it was just like a single run of it. Like you just run it and then it's done. I'm not sure how you can make it run indefinitely.
Make it run indefinitely won't be a problem. I think we can get around that one easy enough. I just wonder what the nature is going to be, because we kind of have to say. I mean, I guess you would just submit a PR with your run function attached to it. So if I make a struct B here. And if we were to add a main function to this, and then we use, in this case, we would use fiddlesticks C and T. And we would do something like c.run. That's going to be the output. Whoops. Actually, that would be... We need an input here, though. So I don't know where that's going to come from. There has to be like initialization of this thing, right? And then we can do this in a loop. So this would work. Maybe we could... No, we can't borrow the input because there has to be a new kind. So the input here has to come from somewhere. I don't know what it would be. Someone would have to write the initialization code. I think that's the only way. And everyone has to have module of the run function. But then we're adding code. I guess we just submit PRs then. It doesn't really matter. So this run function here obviously has to take an input as well, right? So you could look like this. And that would work. Sorry, go on.
But what does the final output do?
Well, if we do this, then the final output could just be the new input for the next one. So this would be the final. But again, like the order doesn't seem to matter. Good morning, Draka. Enrico says, wait, stop, got an ID. He has such an ID that there are too many eyes in there. No, Enrico, that ID is terrible. Please leave my stream. Okay, no. So the problem with that, Enrico, is that we're gonna spend a lot of time. I'm kidding. You're more than welcome. We're gonna spend a lot of time setting up a bunch of FFI and lib bindings and stuff. I don't think anyone wants to deal with that mess. We could have. Actually, Enrico's idea is not entirely terrible, so he gets to stay. We could have done this with WASM blobs, but again, that feels like an unnecessary overhead. I think this could work as well. But it would be fun if we were able to have things like a graphical context or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, because otherwise you're just running something you don't know what it's doing.
No, we have to have outputs, right? So maybe we could have a graphical context, and we would just pass that in.
Show something so we know that it's doing something.
Like, what if we look like this? That could work. So we pass in a graphical context as we go around. Now it looks like input should be like a control input or whatever. Maybe that could work. So we're almost doing a game engine now because we have graphical. So adding audio and if we did add things like audio, whatever, you have to initialize that. So we couldn't just have one of these things doing audio. What if we had... No, that's not gonna... I was thinking like, what if we had like a generic resource that we could use as well, but and that could be audio or graphics or whatever. But since no one knows what it is, it's gonna be very hard to program against it. All right, keep that is coming, right? Maxerator is asking, what are we making? What's this program supposed to do? And that's the question, Maxi. What is this gonna do? If we're talking about having multiple programmers working on different parts of a program without necessarily knowing what the other people are doing, but trying to make it coherent. I think the trait thing here is a solution that would work because it would allow us to work in parallel as opposed to in serial like we did with the relay. So I think that will make it more fun because then anyone can watch anyone's stream. It wouldn't be a relay, Enrico. It would. What would you liken this to? So a relay, for those of you who don't know, is when you run towards a guy and throw a stick at him, and then he tries to hide from you. At least that's what relay was when I was a child. But instead of doing that, we do something that's more like dodgeball. Right? It has to be a sport metaphor because we're also flipping athletic around here. So do you? By the way, on a side note, Caleb, do you watch any fitness influencers? Do you watch any of that?
Yes.
Did you
Mostly
see?
just gym.
Yeah, but did you see the thing that happened yesterday? That
What happened yesterday?
Do you know who Jeff Nippert is?
Not off the top of my head.
So he's a pretty well known natty bodybuilder who does a lot of like science-based training on YouTube. He's got like 5 million views or whatever. And then yesterday, some other dude, some kind of roid dude, just punched him in the throat while he was filming. And I was like, what kind of lunatic does that, right? So there was some kind of like weird internet drama around that, right? But and then I went and read the comment section, and then I lost faith in mankind again. But it was yes, for a difference in opinion. Yeah, I see you're into this as well, Bonin, right? Road rage in action. Yes. So it literally just if we go to YouTube and we type Jeff Nippert now, I'm sure we're gonna see. Yeah, there you go, and then Mike thing. So Jeff Nippert had done this video, and then someone what was his name? Mike Wick, right? So Mike Wick, he just throat punches him, right? I don't know who. Oh God, this lunatic. Okay, thanks, but no thanks. But yeah, he just went up and punched him in the throat, man. What a complete lunatic, right? So I thought you'd seen that since you watch a little bit of the fitness stuff, right? But going back to old school ways of winning argument, right? Yeah, I mean, I think that pretty much didn't do any favors for that Mike person because he's also supposed to be an influencer, but I think that kind of it's been a lot of influencer drama lately that's turning up in my YouTubes. I think that's the algorithm trying to get me. But sorry, I digress. Anyway, if you don't know who it is, then it's not that relevant. But it's just crazy. Well, he didn't work at the gym, Bonin. He was having he was a personal trainer for people that were using the gym. But to my understanding, he didn't work there. But whatever. Right, let's move on. Drama generating clicks. Should we have like a fist fight, Caleb, to get more views? Right? We just start throwing isopods at each other. Okay, so back that would be really interesting. So let's see if we can solve this thing, right? How can we do this and make the program generate an interesting output that is fun to see? Because the relay wasn't that interesting. Instead, we have an interesting output instead. So we have to have some scaffolding. I believe we have to have a trait, and then it shouldn't matter the order in which we connect everything, right? If the order doesn't matter, then I think we could be fine to just accept all pull requests adding to this as well, right? But yeah, Temporis wants to know what we're doing. Trying to come up with a new take on like a programming relay, but not doing it as a relay, doing it in parallel instead. And my current take is that we have a singular trait that everyone has to implement, and we have an output input that looks the same for everyone. So yeah, we're in the brainstorming session here, right? Brainstorming. We're in the brainstorming phase. That's what I'm looking for.
And then it's fed back in again as well.
Yes, exactly. So it's a perpetual loop. It's just a loop that goes round and around, and it does something. And the output has to be of some entertainment value, whatever that would be, right? So I'd imagine that you can do a lot of things, but basically the entire premise of this thing is an adapter that plugs into itself, and it just goes round and around. So we should maybe it's not. Maybe it doesn't look like that. Maybe it's the. I mean, I guess maybe this trait could work for that, right? Well, Bonin wants to know how hard it is to create a sys menu in C3. That's that's a very Win32 question of you, right?
Probably about the same as it would be in C, but maybe a little bit easier.
A good answer. Good answer. Because that answer kind of it makes sense. It's an answer that makes sense. Without because I'm guessing you haven't done that, but you're still gonna be interrupting with like Win32. Not necessarily. So Max Narrator is not necessarily going to be a game. It's just an ID. We just have to establish some kind of foundation. If we're going to have an audio, a graphics output or not, maybe we just write to the console. Maybe we do this like some. I really don't know. What we're gonna do. We couldn't have one person creating a graphical context and then someone else also trying to do that because that's not gonna work. So yeah, I don't know. So I've done a lot of chaining on with traits as well, right? In the past, so we could have a function that does chain one that takes ownership and has an other where the other one is implementing the trait like this, and then the output is gonna be the trait like that. Actually, no, the output's gonna be a chain that is generic over self and t like this, and then if we have a struct called a chain AB, and then we have A is A. This is going to be super smart. And B is B. No, B is a question mark now. Okay, all is lost. Now, if we import A and B chain, then that's how this goes, right? A and B, this is fine. And we have to say where self is sized. This is not a biggie. We're not going to use any trait objects here. All right, and of course I broke everything there. So there we go. We can do this. So if we just implement the trait now, for the chain, then this should be okay as long as we say where. Are you with me so far, Caleb?
I'm following.
I'm always mesmerized when people sort of follow along with what I'm doing. And then we tick A and we tick B. Now, they don't connect yet, so we have to come back and revisit this thing. And this thing, has a default implementation, so we don't really need this. We can just get rid of this thing, right? Not all traits implement missing chain. No, but chain is... oh, no, I didn't. Sorry, I thought I actually had a default implementation for this thing, right? So chain, use, self, and other, right? And that's it. So now... if you create a struct called Caleb, sorry, there it is, and we're going to import the trait for Caleb. Do you mind changing your name to Caleb? Because it's so much easier for me to type that instead.
Nah.
Fine. I mean, I feel like you're not willing to even meet me halfway now. Okay, here we go. All right, and then there we go. So we should, so we should now be able to add in a loop. We can do, so I guess we build up the chain though. So that would be C. No, hang on, that's right, Caleb. And do we have like a, no, we don't. Okay, so we're gonna chain this with T. Like that, right? Why can't we chain that? Is it because we're missing the trait? There we go, right? And then we have chain.tick. This will work. We just need an input. we can just chain everything together. So the next person that adds something, as long as they implement the trait, it can be chained to this thing, right? What do you think of that solution, Caleb? Do you think that would work?
Yes.
Yes, I have no real opinions about your madness. All right, let's see. All right, we got a question here maybe from Doc Spratello saying, I'm an engineer with 6 years of experience and I have never used Vim for writing code. Listen, Doc. I have used it to make some config changes on the server. What are benefits of using Vim instead of VS Code? So it's not really benefits in terms of programming, Doc. It's more about how you present yourself to the world, right? Imagine that you're in a pub and you meet a girl. Are you going to tell her, I know how to use VS Code? You'll have zero game, okay? You have to use NeoVim if you want to get anywhere in the real world, especially with women or your boss, right? You're not going to flex on your boss with VS Code, right? So it's either get with the program or you might as well hang up your hat, right? What editor are you using, Caleb?
No comment.
What if your boss is both? Then you have made poor life choices and you deserve what's coming to you. How about VS Codium? Listen, Bonin, okay? Put the pipe down. Anyway, I jest, of course. So, no, I think this could work, right? So we can create instances. So when it comes to someone submitting the PR, they would just add the dependency in the TOML file to some dangerous code, which would point to some kind of GitHub repo. And then you would just use danger thing. And you would chain that, right? And it would work, right? I think this would this would actually work. This would be it would be kind of interesting and disturbing at the same time, and see how it evolves, right? But then we would have to come up with some ideas for what's going to be available. We probably should have some kind of context that we can pass in here, so we have access to some resources, whether they are graphics, audio, keyboard input, whatever it is that we put on there. It'd have to be something, right? So yes, I don't know, right? All right, what are your thoughts, Caleb? You've been quiet for a while while I've been talking, so let's hear it.
Seems a bit better than before.
Better than before, okay. Are you? Should we do something like this one day? Are you up for it?
If I can think of what to do with it, yes.
So if we can decide on what goes into the context, I think that's that, and the shape of the trait, right? Mm-hmm. If we can decide on that, that's gonna be the world. That's what we're gonna call this thing. You can have a world and you can chain it. We'll come up with a name for it, and then we have to have a struct called context, and in here we need to have something, if anything, just a means to pass on like data to other people. So we can have a vec of something in there, or like a store, right? There is some kind of bucket. I don't know. I guess people would say hash map these days, right? Hash mapo. And a vec of something. I don't know what we would put in there. I mean, technically, you can store your own internal state as well, right? I guess we don't actually need the context because we create these things once and they can manage their own state, right? There's nothing saying that's not a thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we just do that, there's no way that's going to be a problem with the U8 after it's been running 255 times. But say if we did this, then yeah, that would work, right? Oh yeah, let's just take that out for a second, and then
the only context stuff we'd need is for graphics, I think. Then
if we do have graphics, but we could theoretically have Yeah, that thing is not the thing is not a thing anymore, right? So we have to do our setup, right? So we'll do this. Wrong module. There we go. So now we can do chain T, and then we have the context and the run. That has to be public. Right, and then there's no context yet. But see, this could work, and you can manage your own internal context as well, right? So that could be a thing, right? Yeah, what do you... Okay, so let's talk context for a second then, right? Should we... So having a context might be problematic if... Well, I guess it could be a... I guess it could be... No, if you think about it, if we have like a graphical context, we can't like have people draw on top of each other's drawings. How would we like issue draw calls? There's like a million ways this could be problematic unless we like had everyone gets a region. I don't know, right?
Just let it be chaotic.
Being chaotic is probably fun, but it should output something that has some entertainment value to watch at some point, right? So I got a question for you, Caleb, from Bonin. What is your first code editor before 2011?
Well, I was 10. So, I don't know.
You weren't
either.
programming when you were 10. If you don't get up at 4 in the morning, and if you didn't start programming in the womb, you will never succeed in this world. Have you not heard this? The bar has been set pretty high, right?
Well, actually, I would have been like 11 or 12, but
There you go.
probably Notepad at that point then, I guess.
Notepad. Oh my. Well.
Well, I wasn't programming at that point, so
See,
that's the closest I'm coming to it.
I tried to teach my child. My child was using Vim before she was 10. She was using Vim when she was like 5, 6 years old, but it was just to write emails to grandma, and she didn't really understand the editor. It was like the editor that was available to write emails. And so my child at the age of 5 was using Neomat and Vim to compose emails to grandma. And none of that has stuck. She's not like, Dad, I want to use Vim now. It's more like, nah, I don't want to do the computer thing, right? All right.
I think my genuine first one, obviously after 2011, probably would have been either Visual Studio or MonoDevelop.
Oh, MonoDevelop. That was a thing, wasn't it? That was the .NET editor for Linux, wasn't it?
I think it was just some weird editor that, I don't know, that was used with Unity.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what it was. I was thinking about something else. What was the thing that was like the .NET framework for Linux? There was a thing there, wasn't it? I thought that was MonoDevelop, but no, you're right. That was... Oh, and Unity had BooScript back then. Do you remember BooScript?
I remember Boo.
No one used it. No, it's like it looked like JavaScript, didn't it?
I think they had JavaScript, yeah. I remember there being 3 languages.
Yeah, it was C#
whatever the hell Boo was, JavaScript and then C#.
Yeah, let's have a look. Unity, BooScript. Oh man, there's still tutorials for this thing. The Boo programming language. Come on. It was a Python clone, says Maxerator. All right, this isn't loading, so I'm guessing the resource is kind of dead. The Boo Manifesto. I mean, like, if your life work is writing something called the Boo Manifesto, I feel like you've made it in life. You really know where it's at. There's a language guide. Okay, this one seems to just be referring to .NET. I don't know if this is maybe here, right? Let's go to functions. Yeah, looks very Pythonic, but with it's like they took Python and then they slapped on. You know, I didn't even know the BooScript was like Pythonic like this. And then they used the .NET naming convention for it, the C# naming convention for it instead. Right? You know, it didn't look like C3 was using the same naming convention as SIG, which is why C3 is more interesting to me than SIG, because I really don't like this. I am that shallow.
There's a lot of snake case in it.
Yeah, see, snake case is where it's at, right? I feel like I've used all of them, and snake case has won me over, and I see no reason to go back, right?
I enjoy snake case.
It's good, right? So if you were to compare benefits of C3 versus SIG, you can say that the naming convention is better in C3, right?
Yep.
Hello, CP. Yeah, boost script is, I guess this is dead, but class wife def make sandwich. I guess they weren't too aware of cancel culture before they wrote this guide then, because maybe this is why it's dead. They're gonna be Unity, the misogynistic game engine, and then it's game over, right? Okay, so Caleb, would you be interested if we coin something around this? I think this makes sense, right? I think this trait makes sense. We're gonna call this thing a unit instead. All right, so you can have an absolute unit if you want. There we go. And then we just execute the unit. If you think this might have some entertainment value, I think we should do this. We just have to figure out what should we pass into the tick function. What should the context be?
Definitely potential there that could make something maybe a bit more structured than the last.
Yes, the last one was very chaotic, and there was a lot of things to learn from the last one that, you know, the error of my ways, I could see that. So I think definitely we need some structure to this thing. But I feel like this might be a take on this that will work, mainly because I have not explored this far enough to realize that it clearly won't, right? Whoops, context. There we go, and then we pass in the context. There, right? So we already have the scaffolding, so it should just be add your code here, or rather, I guess you can write the initialization for it. That would be fine. We might have to set some rules for that, but add your code here. Or we'll add your code to the chain. And that's it. So it would just be chain whatever is afterwards, right? I guess we can't do that. You can have a C3 in there if you want. There you go, right? Perfection. Yes. How you doing today, CP? Okay, let's see. Who's interested in participating in this thing, right? If you're watching this thing and you want to join, let me know so we can gather a little bit of interest in this thing. Maybe this is what we could do for Halloween. Maybe it's too close, but we could do like it doesn't have to be something serious or official, right? We do like a light-hearted take on this thing, right? So we have CP in the chat, definitely want to participate, even though that's not at all what they said, but we'll say that they want to, right? A relay race, kind of like a relay, but we can run in parallel. Okay, let me break it down, Gordon Brown. That means nothing to anyone. Okay, let's have a look. So let's say that you join this non-relay relay. All you have to do is implement a trait. You have to implement this unit trait, and then you have to add your code here, right, to the chain. So you will implement your the trait for your type, you will initialize your type, and then you'll add it to the chain. That's it, right? I think, Bonen, that I have to just write this down. We have to make something more official than just be saying this. But it's just an interest gauge now to see who's interested. How much closer do we get to the chance of a hot tub stream? I don't know if we're gonna get any closer to a hot tub stream. That's kind of limited more by the fact that I don't have a hot tub more than anything. Maybe you were asking Caleb. Do you want to do a hot tub stream, Caleb? Do you feel like that's in the cards for you?
I can get a blow up pool and fit it in my lounge room, I guess.
Oh man, you're offering solutions that the chatters are gonna jump on, right? You're putting me in trouble now. You're putting me in harm's way with your suggestions. All right, you can use an inflatable pool. See, this is now it's going south very quickly. I am not waterproof. There we go, right? There we go. I can't be. Oh. Sounds good. Okay, well, we got one person is in. All right. So are you in, Tanaka? Are you interested? You don't have to stream this, but if you do stream it, it will obviously be more fun to watch. And since we're doing this in parallel, not in serial, you will just add your code after the next person, even if the pull, it doesn't matter what order the pull request emerges into, right? Yes, we make a library CP that is also the runtime. So you clone it, you implement a trait, and then you add your code, right? So you would clone the library, then you would add your code to the TOML file, and then, so you add a dependency there, then you import your dependency, and then you add it to the chain, and that's it, right? We just haven't figured out what we're gonna do with the context yet, right? Interested, yes, but what would be what would timing be? Right now, I wouldn't be able to join, but rather in the evening. Yeah, so we could probably run this over the course of 48 hours or whatever. We don't have to do it for Halloween, but I thought maybe we could start around there. I don't know. I have no. This is all very like up in the air, right? Is this elaborate game of telephone? No, that was what we did last time. This is more of a people work in parallel to implement something. Well, you implement the trait, but the trait is so open-ended it can do whatever, right? We haven't decided what we should do in terms of having like graphical audio context or something like that, right? But that's the conversation we're having, right? So it's like a game. It's like a game jam if everyone worked on the same code base, but not. When we did the relay, people linked a bunch of these. There are a lot of these game jams where you have many developers, Unity, one code base, right? I think there was like 1 million of these things, right? Really, and now I don't find any of them. But there was like a lot of developers working on the same code base, and they kept passing it on. So it was a relay, and we also did a relay. But this is not a relay. This is more implement this trait, and that's it, and add your code to it. So there is no order to anything other than the order that just grows out of this, right? Wouldn't you need some Git wrapper that constantly pulls for changes in the back to get them in to make it actually parallel? Otherwise, you won't get any changes from other people in the. No, it's parallel in the sense that it's not a relay. It's not I do something and then I give the code to you to do. It's more like you expect an input and that's all, right? It's just that we're chaining all this together, but the order doesn't necessarily matter, or the order probably matters. Right? But yes, we have to figure out what we're gonna do in terms of the context. Should we add networking? Should we add audio? Should we add graphics and all these things, right? I feel like there's an above zero chance a single contribution will kill any signal in the chain. Not trying to be negative, Nelly. And wait, there's an above zero chance a single contribution will kill any signal in the chain. Not really. It depends on what we do with the context, but if we just we do need to do some changes to this thing in terms of like input output maybe, but the idea isn't that, right? I mean, you could probably just put a panic in your code, but I think for all intents and purposes, we'll add that to the rules, right? You're not allowed to use unwrap or panic, right? You have to print your errors and that's it, right? It's concurrent, not panic. Don't be a smart ass, okay? Go and sit in the corner. Are you in or not? Okay. So yeah, so what should we do in terms of context, Caleb? Let's talk about that. What functionality do we need to offer?
Well, are we thinking graphical? Because then we'd need some way to draw something.
We could maybe add something like macro pad, right? Or mini FB maybe. So a mini frame buffer, and we set up the window. But then how do we prevent people from just drawing on top of each other's stuff? That would be difficult.
Should you prevent that?
Maybe not. Maybe we just do like a graphical thing, but it would be that would be almost like trying to run multiple GUIs in the same window in that case, like multiple GUI applications on top of each other. Maybe we need to streamline this a little bit so it becomes more more unique in terms of input. Can we do that? So everyone doesn't try to write an application. Everything should be more like a contribution to something rather than trying to write an application. Like I try to write an application in my trade, you try to write one, then it doesn't really make sense. It's like we're all trying to paint at the same time on the same canvas instead of sharing a picture idea together. It becomes chaotic in a nonsensical way, so we would never see any output. So maybe we can do that, right?
There was just mention in chat about running it like an animation.
So instead of running the whole chain, you have something serialized, but you window over it.
You could make like a queue or something, and then it just runs the queue at the end and runs
Like a render queue?
draws it out.
Like a command
that.
queue, like a render pipeline. And all of a sudden we invented WGPU on top of something that is really weak instead.
Like you queue an action and then it does it at the end.
But if we're doing blending CP, then all we're doing is graphics. So I think it would be more interesting if we could maybe how could we do this thing? Because it would be funny if there was some input handling. Otherwise, everyone's just going to do graphics programming. But I feel like we're very much heading into like the game space. And if we're going to do something in the course of, let's say, 48 hours, we're running for 48 hours. Everyone gets like 3 hours to work on this thing, kind of thing, because that's what they did with the relay and it worked. It becomes a little bit different. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe 3 hours isn't. This is very difficult to do actually. How are we gonna organize this? Because if you're not streaming, you could certainly work on this longer than 3 hours. Not sure why you would or want to, but you could.
And if it's not after each other, then we also have 48 hours that doesn't have a restriction on how long you could be working on it.
I don't know. I guess we can't really do a time constraint, but it is more fun when it's streamed and it has a time limit. That's certainly added to the enjoyment of watching it. The panicky moments were interesting, obviously. But I do think this is a nicer idea. Sorry, go on.
Maybe it runs over 48 hours, but you only still have like a chunk of time you're allowed to do something with it.
How would you control that, given that if we make this public, anyone can just fork it and do things?
Well, if it's public, you have no control.
No, just like life, we have no control. We're just leaves on the stream. Okay, so it seems like we have two things to solve here. What we're going to make available and how we're going to make it and interesting for not just the participants, but for the observers as well, right? Yeah, so this is just a relay, right? This is just a relay, and we've seen plenty of these videos. I'm actually looking for these videos earlier, and I couldn't find them. But yeah, when we did the relay, people linked to a bunch of these videos to me, and it looked fun, but I don't want to do that. I think we can do something different and take our own spin on it, rather than doing like a shared game thing. We could make it as a relay with the trait though, but then it becomes. Oh, is that
this
it?
channel has a bunch of them.
Yeah, that looks familiar. Is it with the Mrs. Zizzy person and a bunch of others doing it? I remember one where they were flying around the city doing things. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one, right? So it doesn't really. They got 1.3 million views. We got 600 views on ours. I think I did something wrong. Now,
That's pretty close.
it's almost as much, right? But gotta despise these kind of titles. Okay, right. Let's not gripe about that. I am a jaded old man. But what if we did this? What if we did it as a relay and we still use the trait? This means that we could control the 3 hours, but you would be able to watch what other people do. The relay part of it would just prevent you from starting hours ahead. Because yeah.
So it's just the relay, but without the restriction of you can't watch anyone before you.
No, so you can watch anyone before you, and what we can do in that case is we can have a type input and a type. See, this is how it's gonna work. Output. If we do this, then no one can fob, right? Because you don't know before it's your turn. Really, well, maybe some hours before if you watch a stream, but I think that's okay. But you don't really know what your input's gonna be because the input of your trait is gonna be the output of the previous person's trait. So we still need a list of participants in an order. So you have like a time slot where you can submit your PR and get it merged, and then the next thing would ensue, right? So here, the input of this thing would be self output, and that will prevent anyone from doing any work up front, really. Cloud Evan, you're definitely in the right place asking that question. What you do is you throw the Nintendo in the toilet, and you will no longer see the HUD at all. You will miss out on other information as well, but you didn't ask about that, so I've offered you a solution, and it's a pretty good one. Instead of chaining how a starter template code, how about a starter template code and give the devs see what they come up with using only that as a starter with assets? But it's not a bad idea, Dottie. Maybe we should explore that. But I'm thinking that this thing would converge into one program. But again, we have no idea. What we've done here just solves the cheating, or not cheating. And I don't think this is going to be big enough that anyone wants to cheat. But I think this would solve the you can't program against something you don't know, right? But you can still watch someone else. The best case scenario for someone who wants to get a head start is that you are watching someone else's stream, but then you're watching their stream and you're not working on the project, and they might change what the output is halfway through the stream. So if you just watch the beginning and then move on, so yeah, I don't know. Why not abstract by using standard in, standard out for each chain element? I don't understand what you mean, Danaka. I've done some digital signal processing. I think the problem is that there's a fair chance that the chain will devolve into void if the order is fixed. I don't think so. I don't know what this has to do with digital signal processing though, right? Because this is just input-output. As long as you have an output and you don't panic, then if you don't do anything, then it's just going to skip your implementation. If it's just taking the input, making it into an output, right? You have an entity, an ident function. That's all it is, right? Although, to be fair, our previous relay did certainly devolve into nothing and noise. So maybe there is something to this. So each unit is a program that takes input and standard in, output. No, that's missing the whole point. That's missing the whole point. Do you need me to explain this again? Can you just watch the VOD? All right. Okay, I'll explain this again. I'm kidding, buddy. If the input and the output is on the trait, then no one could if I give you 3 hours to do something, but you're not streaming those 3 hours, then no one would know that you've been working on this for 3 hours or 33 hours, right? But if the output is dictated by the person that came before you, you have to wait for them to show you what the output is. So when you start your 3 hours, you can clone the code base, you know what the output is, and then you can start from there, right? It's all good, CP. I'm just being an asshole. All right. Sorry, that wasn't really censoring anything, but just being an asshole. All right. Thoughts, Caleb? All right.
Depending on how far along you are, technically you could just slot your own thing in between some other ones as long as you match them in and out.
You could, but I'm thinking if you do this by time slots again, so you get so you pass it on, then that would still hold. So if you are given say between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m., that's your time, Aussie time, right? That's your time, and you wouldn't know about your input type until maybe half an hour before or whatever, right? So we did have a bit of a grace period, right?
But if you had like 4 people go before you, you could kind of slot into someone else's from even earlier, though, as long as you matched what their output and then input of the next one was.
How would you do that? Sorry, help me out. I'm a bit simple.
But since we're doing a chain and we're expecting like input for one and then output, and then the output of that is the next input, you don't exactly have to use the last person's. You could just slot in somewhere else into the middle if you really wanted to, as long as you matched what the input and output were.
No, but if we have a fixed order of people, of runners of the relay, then you wouldn't, because then your code would not match your position. So when it comes to adding all these things, you have to add yours to the end. You wouldn't be allowed to add yours in the middle, because that's not your position on the list, right? So it would be very easy to see that someone had done that.
So we are limiting it to, you have to add it to the end.
Yeah, I think so. All these restrictions are just there to make it interesting, keep the time limit, and honestly make it interesting streaming content as well, right? Because it's a lot more interesting for viewers if you are unprepared and you have no idea what's going on. Like, the more confusing and terrible something is, the more interesting it is for viewers, right? You could force in a phantom data, so each input is something step 1, something step 2. So even if your unit would be compatible with the input or output, it would not allow it by type system. I don't understand that. Do you understand what Tanaka means?
To not allow.
So each input is something step 1, something step 2. So even if your unit would be compatible with the input or output, it would not allow it by type system. I don't follow you. Is this like, do you mean that we're kind of setting up the entire program beforehand? No, you can't, because you are always going to be the last person to add your code, right? So you always have to add your code at the end, Tanaka. You're not allowed to put your code in the middle, because everyone who's interested, we'll have everyone who's interested in there. We have to add them to the Git repository, and we'll have the order already. So if you're supposed to be number 4, but your code shows up here in the middle after the first one, then you're breaking the contract, and you have to go to Rust prison. So it's all good. So it's very easy to see. I mean, it's not to prevent cheating; it's to keep it interesting, right? It does prevent cheating, but I don't think anyone wants to cheat. It is just because I think people are more concerned about being clever and looking good than they are about the entertainment value of the whole. And that's why I think this is good, right? So this is not code for a job interview. It's just something silly, right? So I think we should be good, right? Hello, Modprog. We're talking about the relay. Are you interested? Evaluating. So think about this, Tanaka. You get 3 hours. You get an input type that you don't know of yet. And arguably, that input type is probably inside someone else's library that they haven't submitted yet anyway. So you don't know what your input is. And you get like half an hour to prepare. And then you get 3 hours to build the next step of it. But the thing is, the relay had no real rules. Wait for 2 weeks. Okay. We'll find a good time. But the relay had like almost no rules. 3 hours. You should video stream it if you could. Video stream it. That was probably the most boomer thing I've ever said. But you have like a few hours to do it. If you stream it, that's great. Give me the VOD. We'll make a video that no one cared about. It was fun though. And we'll end up with this thing. But we didn't really end up with a program that could run. I think if we do this with the aim of building a machine that does something, we just have to figure out how to have this thing do something, right? How do we make this thing produce something? So we talked about having a graphical context. I think that could be good, but if everyone's trying to paint, then it becomes difficult. If everyone's trying to do like an input handling, so it becomes a little bit difficult. Arguably, we could specify where things are on the thing, but then we limit the number of participants, and that's not good either, right? Are you supposed to be able to run the code and see the output of the previous step? Yeah, I guess you could do that. Although, yeah, you should definitely be able to do that, CP. Absolutely. So you should be able to see what the output is, or an example of your input, right? I mean, I think it was Londo who actually added tests to his relay code. That was pretty good. Like, wow. I didn't mind last time's chaos with no results. Journey before goal is... See, I like your sentiment. This is definitely a journey in entertainment and for fun, right? I don't think anyone should join this with expectations that we're building something meaningful. But it would be nice if we had something observable at the end of this somehow. I don't know what it would be. The context will hold some common data that all units operate on. Yes, Tanaka, I think so. So people don't try to initialize things on their own. Like imagine if we had 2 graphical context, if we have graphics. Imagine if someone tries to initialize the sound card multiple times, right? It would just be too mad, right? The first node needs to be a generator of sorts, an oscillator, and the rest of the links in the chain would be filters to use audio parlance. The rest of the chain, yeah, then you're really stuck on the DSP aspect of this thing. I don't think we're gonna do audio processing though, right? I'm guessing, but I'm saying I don't think we will do that. I think this would just be a hot mess like it was last time. I think this would be more fun to watch than to run. But it would be fun if we had a program that ran after. Maybe we even give each link in the chain a time to run. So there's a pause in between. Although that would be terrible if we have graphics. That would destroy the whole thing. That would be like, this thing runs at 12. Or sorry, 0.12 FPS, right? Because there's so many chains in there. Each chain is given 1 frame of 60 frames, right? That would be a bit insane. Why don't you define the outputs and the inputs? No, I can't. No, I've said this so many times now. We can't, right? If we do that, if we just know that there is inputs and outputs, right? That's all it is. The only thing is that the first person in the run, and it's not going to be me this time because I got to go first last time. So someone else gets to go first. Maybe who went last time? Was it Leo that was last in the relay? I think Leo Stera was the last runner in the relay. I think maybe they get to go first if they want to participate. So we get people from the end of last relay gets put at the front of it, right? And maybe I go last. Or in the middle, whatever, right? Oh, sorry, I did. Okay, all right. Well, you go first then, Mod. Did I really promise this, or is this social engineering at its finest? Did we? Well, quorum assemble. All right. Is it Caleb Curry? Are you Caleb Curry?
No. But I had a
Then
friend with the last name of Curry, and we used to make the weird jokes about Caleb Curry.
I see. I don't know who Caleb Curry is, though. I know who Tim Curry is, but it's not the same person, I assume. No association. I think that would be fun. Is unsafe code allowed? Absolutely, right? But here's the thing: we have to have some ground rules, though, right? So we can allow unsafe code, but no panics, no seg faults. Cross-platform, because we have people from all walks of life. Some people use Windows, and that's just how it is. But I don't see why you shouldn't be allowed to have unsafe code, right? But this thing has to be upheld, right? I can see one problem with this. If your code breaks the chain, then it's not easy to take your code out of the chain. If you did maybe we shouldn't allow unsafe then, because then you could inadvertently break the chain, and that would ruin the fun, and it wouldn't be broken for any other reason, right? Panics are easier to debug, but why would you shouldn't have to spend any time debugging something. You should get some dependable input, and you should give some dependable output. So panicking, I guess we could have panicking in there, but it kind of would ruin the flow if your code doesn't run. You can certainly mem swap. There's nothing wrong with that. So okay, no unsafe. All right. Any thoughts, Caleb? Anything you want to take away from this list? Do you want to nope out something in here?
What do we do with dependencies?
Oh, right. So do we need a list of approved dependencies then? Yeah, so we really need that, right? Just call each chain link with unwind panic. How would that help? Modprog, if you can't get the output, that wouldn't help. You have to give a dependable output, right? Okay, let's look at this thing, and then should we have a list of approved dependencies then, right? So we should vote on one or more dependencies. Maybe we should limit the dependencies a lot as well, so we have maybe one or two. Because if people start adding a lot of crazy dependencies, you end up with Tokyo, small, async stud, like 3 different runtimes in there. And standard rules such as no politics. I don't think anyone's going to put politics in the code. I don't think anyone thought of it until you mentioned that, Doddy. So I think you might inadvertently introduce politics into this now. Okay. Are you joining, Doddy? What's your political agenda? Maybe a requirement of output default so the unit can be skipped by the system. That's not a bad idea. Is there a situation where the output couldn't implement default? It feels like, I think that's a sane take by Danaka. Unless, of course, you have a panic in your output, then in your default implementation, then, right? If output is unsized, output's not going to be able to be unsized because you have to get that as an input, so you wouldn't be able to have your output as unsized. We could, of course, as part of all of the units, say that these has to be sized, right? I mean, they're gonna be by default unless we specify that. So I think you're good already. Right? Okay, for now, we say that output has to import default. I think that sounds sane, so the unit can be skipped if it's broken. Oh no, that makes sense, Dottie. I imagine anyone who's joining now is watching this and gonna have no idea what we're talking about. Async be fun. I don't think you're gonna get a lot of So here's another one. That's a good comment though, right? If you're allowed to use loops in your unit, you could hog the entire runtime. Which incidentally is something you shouldn't do in an async runtime, but I wonder how we can make that work, right? How can we? I mean, that's just gonna have to be, you know, sanity. If you just stick a loop in there, there's nothing that can be done, right? Start each unit on a thread and have a timeout. That's not a bad idea. Man, this runtime is gonna become more and more complex. Each unit runs on a thread with a timeout, so it can be. So if it's cancelled, then we just revert back to the default implementation of the output and pass it along, right? Input and output must be send. That's true. Ooh, Nelly. Yes, so of course here, this input is gonna be or rather here we're gonna say, whoops, that the input is a output. All right, so there we go. And now we have to say that our input here is A's input, and that's going to be B's output. I think we need to do something to be able to time them out, Tanaka. Even in a single thread async runtime, could you cancel a task that's blocking? I don't think you can. I mean, how would you do that? How would you cancel a task that is blocking? Yeah, input is where it's at being used. Look at this thing. I even have a compiler that tells me what's wrong. All right, it's pretty good. So then we'll take this out for now. And that out for now, and then we can do this, and then we can't have the chain there. All right, I guess I have to actually write the implementation here. There we go. So this tick function now needs to return the output for this thing to make sense. Like that. And then we need to get an input here. That means we have to change that as well. So this tick function gets an input. That is going to be self input. And then a context. Yeah. This is gonna be something, okay? And then if the input here is a U8, then we can just say that this thing is the input, and then not worry about it, right? And then this is gonna have self output, which means that goes. Input here is going to be self input. So then we're going to pass in the input here, and that's going to be B input. Oops. Like that. Apparently not. Did I not change the tick function? No, I didn't. Fiddlesticks. Oh, right. Oh yeah, I took all that out then. And we make the input a unit, and we make the output a U8 here. And then we're just going to return 0. Input. And then, no, that's output. And then we need to actually pass the input here. Expected value. All right, yeah, of course. And we can get rid of that one. That doesn't fit in the chain anymore. So this chain has to take a unit as an input for the first one. And there we go. So whoever adds another one to this thing needs to have the output of this thing. So you would need a U32 as your input. Right? Like what type you want to use isn't send here. I don't know. You can cancel a task, but it has to be implemented properly for doing so, like a loop with a yield point and such to make it infinite, definitely non-blocking. No, but that's what I'm saying. If someone does this inside their unit, then you can't cancel that, right? It's blocking everything. What if I set my output to just be a dying right? You can't because it's not sized. Maybe disguise it as an integer by only returning the final handle to it. Missing some context there, I think. But I think Modprog had a good point by running some multiple threads, right? Sorry, Caleb, I'm not letting you get a word in edgewise here. I'm just going on and on. Any thoughts?
Nope, looks good.
Well, I'm glad I stopped talking for that, but okay. No. So let's get back to the context thing, right? What do you envisage, right, that we could have in a context? What could we put in there? Anything interesting?
So are we thinking graphical then?
If we're doing graphics, okay. So let's say, should we use something like mini FB then? Would this be a possibility to use? I don't know if this thing is anything that would... It becomes very game focused if we do that. Which is okay, I guess. But we are... The moment we say game, we're talking input handling, graphics, and audio, right? Those are the three necessities. And how much can you do... Well, if you're allowed to run the previous code... Yeah, I don't know now. I wonder how this would work as a as something rather. I mean, we could limit the window size, and this would just scale up, I think. I don't know. I mean, whether we use this one or not. So that's what makes me unsure about graphics, because we immediately end up in like the game space, and there are so many aspects to that, like anything from like text rendering to collision detection and like world ticking, and that's like the only thing we have is like world ticking. Maybe we need to have some kind of direction then for how to do this. And I don't think it would be fair that you have to pick one thing to do. So someone gets to pick input handling, someone else gets to pick the graphics, because that's going to limit the thing as well quite a bit. I don't know what we could do in 3 hours, because you're going to have to spend some time understanding the output as well. I don't know. I'm not against it, but I'm worried that it's going to become a little bit too nonsensical. I'm happy you're joining, CP. We'll talk about this on Discord as well. For those of you who are not on Discord, join the Discord. I can't do that. There, join the Discord, and I'm sure your life quality will go up by just doing that. Definitely. Rather than focusing on how much to do this, we should do this more often. That's also not a bad idea. That's also not a bad idea to do it more frequently. Then we would see where the teething issues are. Because right now, I'm trying to solve a problem I have no experience with. That's a good point as well, Pag. If you have no experience with graphics programming at all, and since what I'm suggesting is not even graphics or is very limiting, I'm suggesting taking an approach that is sort of graphics programming in the 90s by having a byte buffer that you draw to. This is not how people do graphics programming these days, so that's also going to be a little bit weird for some, right? Well,
Use Anathema instead.
oh man, if Anathema was done, we'd definitely do this as an Anathema part of the jam, right? That would have been super fun. And this thing would have so easily just had the emitter on it, and it would have been great. It would have been amazing. But we could do this with like cross term as a drawing context, but there is a problem with that. The problem is mystery pane. Is never allowed as output type. Yeah, sure, but how do you make that the input? You can't use the never type as an input type. So you can allow it, but the compiler won't accept it, right? Because you'd have to use the never type in argument position, and we're not doing nightly. So let's say that no nightly. No nightly. Libraries. No nightly libs. I say libs because obviously you want to be able to use nightly for Rust format and such. Right? When you use Anathema as it stands, it works. You're just solving a performance issue. Not really, Doddy. There's bigger issues in there. That would be, so the dev branch has a bug in it, and the main branch makes me sad. So it's difficult to say.
One concern, if we are feeding it back through, is that the last person has to use the output the same as the input of the first.
No, because it's already written here.
No?
We're fine. It just means that the first person has to get a unit as an input because they have no initialization.
What does the last person do?
The last person's output value will do nothing. I guess
What are they doing then?
the first person. That's a good question. Let's tackle that one. But for a second, the first person gets a unit as an input. So because that's all we can do. That would arguably mean that the last person gets a unit as an output, but maybe because otherwise you don't know what the last output will be. Although admittedly, if we have other things we can operate on, then the input and output aren't that important in terms of the code that's actually running. Again, the input
input is always a unit, then what is going to differ between each iteration?
No, it's only a unit for the first person. So this one gets a unit, but if you look at
that's what I mean, because it's in a loop though. So what's the difference going to be between each iteration?
That's a good question. It doesn't grow. But we can't know what the last thing is, so we couldn't know what the input for the first one is. Getting user input from standard in is not allowed either, right? Because you'd hit the timeout probably. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we need to have. Yeah, actually, this is a good point. We wouldn't be able to have something that evolves over time outside of the context. Maybe we don't have... no, we can't do that either. But listen to this. If we've already done this, right? No, we didn't. We said that this thing has to be send and default, right? If it's both send and default, that means that the input can be default, which means that our input here... Nah, this is gonna help, is it? Can we do this? And then we just get rid of this. Whoops, that's the... No, what are you doing? This is the wrong code. Damn it. And then we can have the input here. So that would be one start, and then the input could equal this thing. But that means that the last one is going to have the same output as the first one's input. I guess we could do that because you know who's going to be the last in the run. So that would be a caveat maybe, but although there's nothing saying that that's going to carry throughout the whole thing. How do we do this then? Yeah, we can store state on the context if we want to have state, but this is an interesting issue. How can we prevent this? How can we say that the last link in the chain has to have an output that is the same as the input? We would have to add like a finalize function to the chain. So we would have something like finalize with the last one there. And this one, the finalize function needs to have an input that is the same as the output. Yeah, that's a thing. So this would be if we want something to mutate as it travels through the chain. Because otherwise, I'm guessing people would just add units as input and output and just work with the context. And that would kind of make it a little bit boring as well. We wouldn't see an evolution of data as it flows through the program. Assuming that there is one. Maybe this is a really shit idea and it's really boring. And it's like... Watching this thing is like watching someone play with an Excel sheet for the first time. Like, haha, cells, right? I assume the input is operating on a slice/vec of the input and not a single value. Well, they're associated types, Doddy, so you don't know what the input is, right? There's only the first person that knows what the input is. And the last person, if they would know what the output is, if we do a finalize function. What would that look like if we did if we add a finalize on the chain? Well, it says the chain's input. Yeah, hang on. So if we add a finalize here that takes ownership of self and gets something that is B, where the output of B is equal to the input of A. Would that work? But then we have to know who's the last person, and they wouldn't... I guess you could move things around. I guess that's maybe not a problem. I don't know. Actually, no, this has to be C, where C is unit. And the output of this is equal to... Yeah, would that be right? So the output of this thing is self... No, it's A input. So many letters missing. Actually, we want these here. So we have to add another one. So if we add another unit here, and we're going to call this thing the end. And all we're going to have here is an input that is a unit. And no, an input should be a U32 and the output is a unit then. So that should work. So if we make the end available here, like so, we should be able to finalize this with the end. Did I spell that with a set? Maybe, yes I did. There's no finalize on a chain. What? Why does this not have an implementation? And why did that code compile? Wait, this is pretty bananas. How is this code compiling? This is not a trait. Maybe I didn't save the... Yeah, okay, I didn't save the code, that's why. Can we not do... Oh, no, hang on. That's just supposed to be C, isn't it? And then we have to say where A is a unit, right? So this thing can return self with... Not self, it can return a chain with self and C then for A and B. So B is C. That makes perfect sense. Mismatch type. What? All right. Okay, I think that solves it, right? So we have a finalize function. All right, we have a public finalize function where we can do this now. Ta-da! So we have to have a finalize function for that then. If the chain works as a pyramid, up then down the chain is one iteration of the loop, then the first person inside the output also has to handle that as input. Well, we make it go around instead. Having it oscillate seems like it's going to be more work than my sodden brain wants to deal with right now. So it's way too smooth this morning. Do you want to run the stream for a bit, Caleb, while I go and make tea? You can just talk to these people and... All right, you're all in the hands of Caleb. I'll be back in a minute.
No, I can't talk Modprog. I don't know how. No word game. That's a bit cringe, isn't it? I'm going to draw on something, but I don't have something to draw on.
Ah, there you go.
Yep.
What's your favorite color? There you go, right?
Yeah, green.
You forgot to put up the word game. I don't have to put up the word game. I put up the Caleb game. It's way more interesting, right? And it has more words.
At least 3.
Yeah, there you go, right? So we could make this. What if we made this as like one of those write your own stories? Did you ever do that when you were a kid? You kind of start writing a story and you pass it along. So we kind of have an incoherent output, but we do it like maybe like a text adventure game that plays itself. Maybe that could work. And it just tells a story that's going to be full of profanities or some other unsafe things that you can't show on stream. I don't know if that's a good idea. All right. Okay. We need to come up with some kind of red thread that flows through the program that we can use, right? So if we have a graphics context, what if we have it even more limited? Or what if we don't have a graphics context? What if we have just what if we I don't know. Help me out, Caleb.
I feel like you need to visualize it in some way, even if it's not exactly rendering graphics, so that you know what it's actually doing.
Yeah, it needs to do
otherwise you're
something.
just running inputs and outputs and then God knows what.
What if every output had to have some kind of present thing? Well, I guess I don't know if that makes sense. And for this thing to be interesting, should there be a sleepy time at the end of the loop so things don't just squirt out and then it's over, right? Maybe that sounded a bit too close to home for some of you viewers out there, but you know what I mean. Anyway, so we have this thing running. Maybe if we were to do like text output, maybe it has like a sleepy time of something. But then not too long, and it's gonna, if people who watch this thing is gonna see the beginning. Yeah, we need some kind of framework that we operate within that makes this make sense, right? Any thoughts? Any ideas? Do we need to bring in more people in the stream? Do more people want to join the stream and brainstorm with us? Danaka, do you want to pop your camera on? Hop on? Danaka's going to be like, no, I have a grown-up person's job. I can't do that. Yeah, we need suggestions. We need suggestions for how to display this thing, right? So I think this one still holds. So the questions right now is display, right? How do we display? Let the kids do the camera thing. I'm like 50 years older than you. You can't call me a kid. Danaka is 29. I need to deploy straight to production. Okay. Text only, says Pag. To your corner, boy. What is it that went wrong on the last attempt? I think the last attempt was too chaotic. So what happened, and I think we've solved that part. What has happened in the last attempt is that no one knew what was going on towards the middle and the end, right? So it was too complicated to untangle everyone else's code. But in this case, the goal is to not have to untangle everyone else's code, but you rather just depend on an output, and then the rest is up to you, right? So there isn't really anything to untangle. But for it to be interesting, it has to be coherent. I think otherwise it's just going to be all over the shop. I think maybe my tea water has boiled. Do you guys want the word game while I do the tea thing? It's not going to be long enough. Do you want to do Hangman, Caleb, with the rowdy masses? Hello, Raz.
I don't know where any paper is.
Just draw on your wall, man. Let's just.
They got a spot back there I can just draw on.
Yeah, or you can put on one of those dresses you have there in the background and just dance around a little. That'll be wild.
The dresses.
I thought it was a dress. It looked like it was very long. So in the camera, it looks like there's a dress here. Is it not a dress? Oh, it's a shirt.
The shirts.
All right. Well, it was difficult to see how long it was there. You should have said nothing. You should have just said that's my hobby. Should have gone with the dress thing. Yeah. Okay. So should I put on the word game? Like a
yes.
tea. All right. Let's put on the word game, shall we? Okay. Then I need to grab the browse the source again. Autopilot is on. We'll start it up. Dump it in the chat. All right. Okay. Mefli. All right.
Oh, damn it. Ugh. Cool.
All right. What did I miss? I guess we don't really
Not a
need
lot.
the. We can like pause the music. It's not that exciting, right? Good work, Euro. Okay, so what else? What else do we have? Now I don't have the code window on screen. I guess I have to wait until they fail. But what did we? Yeah, so I guess running like having a running thread throughout the whole project would be somewhat interesting. So we don't have to be too coherent, I guess, but it should be some cohesion because it was too chaotic last time
Damn it.
for it to be fun. Maybe I don't know. What kind of outputs can we have?
A whole lot of things.
We can have a whole lot of outputs. How restrictive do you think we have to be when we, in terms of setting up this thing, right? How far we can. The more restrictions we have, the more closer to a sane output we'll get. But it will also rules don't make things necessarily that fun, right? So it's definitely a balance here.
Probably don't want to be outputting vecs of boxes of other things and stuff.
Box dine any everywhere, right? So then you have to guess
Yep.
the type. So it's like guess
figure
the
it out.
downcast. That's the game. Guess the downcast, right? Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess we could have like a common object or something that we can pass through as well. But what would we do in terms of keeping the thread going, right? Okay, let's jump on the idea. Let's say that we have a graphical buffer we can draw into. Maybe how can we make that coherent? So if we allowed it to move something around, or if we allow it to draw, I think if we allow it to draw, then everyone's just gonna draw their own thing. So we just be a bunch, like a lot of drawings and nothing else happening, right? I think that's how it would be.
Probably.
All right, let me go and grab my tea. It's ready. Did you have any revelations?
No.
Shit. What if I'm gone for like longer time? Will that unclog the brain? The revelations comes pouring. Okay, let's talk about like the output then. What would you find would be a fun output, right? So the journey is obviously the most fun to watch, but for those who are participating but not streaming it, right?
We probably want something to happen. That's a good start. But
yeah. All right. I'm not joining them. So if you... Yeah, okay, should we aim for having something to happen? What would be fun for it to happen? And if it's going to be different from frame to frame, then maybe... I don't know.
and then it also needs to progress somehow
Jay's fake.
so that it's not just outputting the same thing every time it runs.
Yeah, that would be... And so we made that a possibility with the finalize function call, because that's going to keep changing the input of the first one. I feel like we have something that's like half an equation solver in there, like a brute force solver. And that's not very interesting to watch, right? You're not going to pick up any chicks with that, right? So we need to have something that's cool and has a little bit of style to our lives, right? Let's see if we have any messages there now. So what should that be? How can we get it to output something that's interesting? So if the goal is you're going to want to watch this thing run for more than for more than 10 seconds, right? I think a game that plays itself would be fun, but maybe too complicated. We're in software and game dev, but no one has actually written game. Anyway, because you got no game, chat. Come on. Let's see. Vag. Tanaka, where do you think you are? I'm writing Vag in the chat. Come on, man. So have we had team yet? No, team is another one. Okay. What would it be? What's gonna be more interesting, do you think? The code itself or the output? I think for viewers, it will probably be streaming of the code to some degree, but the output should also have some interest. This is a really difficult issue.
You probably don't want to watch hours of streaming for something really boring at the end.
Well, I think the hours of streaming is going to be down to the streamers to make it fun. And I definitely think that you should be given like half an hour off stream to prepare, because it will probably be really hectic to jump in. But if we do have some kind of thread going through, then it's going to be less catch up to do, right? You're going to know that there's you have some half expectation, right, of what to do. I wonder if one of the L's could be fake.
No, that's probably W. No?
No.
I went through.
P, maybe.
Maybe it's P.
Yeah, it's P. I think if it's too strict as well, that won't be that fun either. If it's too if it's too kind of strict in terms of what the output is. So if it was if you're just able to like affect control of something, then it's not going to be that fun. So the output, everything has to have some kind of what would you call it? It has to have some kind of interest level to it, right? In before someone makes a Sudoku solver out of this, right? And then be like, yay, so much fun to watch. Tell hasn't been. Someone can throw tell in there. Oh, good work, Caleb. What timing that was, right? Good work. All the words has been had. Level 15, right? It's like one vowel at 2 if you count the Y. Grip. Yeah, good work. Okay, so it's not E. That's the secret letter. So G is fake then.
Seems like it.
So A is the secret letter. Yeah. So then you have grape. No, you don't. There's no E. But you have gripe. No, there's still no E. Damn it. Well, you have grip, but okay. Yeah. So where do we go with this thing then? What should we do with this now?
A bit difficult to think of.
It is difficult. We can let this game run its course first, and then we can see if we can get chat to have some insights into this thing, right? Because I do think that we're onto something. We're just gonna make the format more interesting. I do think the mod prog, despite all its tremendous amounts of shortcomings, actually has a valid point that we should do this several times, and we could build a format from there. Our game is over. All right. So you guys want to see the leaderboard? My mind is on Uro. Okay. Where do you think we'll land? Danaka. Good work. And level 15 is Uro. Good work, Danaka. 109 points. And on par with Marvin. Well done. Well done, you. That's the first. Congratulations. Good work, Uro. Okay, so chat, now that you had your fun, it's time to pay up. We need more insights into what to do here, how we can make this thing be interesting to watch for more than 10 seconds. I will run the game again. When I go for lunch or whatever, then we'll run the game again. But how do we make this? How do we make this thing, the input or the output of this thing? How do we make this program interesting to run for more than 10 seconds, right? So it has to generate something that has some entertainment value, right? So we need some kind of display output, be it standard out or graphical. Great, make me food, bitch. All right. Anyway, so no, Danaka. I think that the chat just sort of flew by, Doddy. Let's hear the ID. Windows 3.11 is this. Now, I use Arch, by the way. What do we have, Doddy? Let's hear it. This is what I'll do. I just alienate all new chatters. My stream will never grow because everyone's going to think I'm an asshole. Let's be terrible online. I'm scrolling up now through thousands of word guesses to get to what Doddy said.
Just click on the user.
That is, see, this is, I knew you were a good hire. Here we go. Doddy messages. No, I can't. Okay. Right. We have to do this. Doddy. Okay, hang on. You're saying it. Start with some image type, and the chain is basically applying filters to the image instead of just kind of become an animation. I think it wouldn't become an animation. I think it would become. I'm going to answer your question shortly, MPX. I don't think it would become an animation. I think it would become a destroyed image very quickly, right? Because unless you write every image as a frame, and
Abstract art piece.
Yeah. And like filters would just involve, all it takes is that someone destroys the color information by making it black and white. That would be me. And then it would just be over, right? You can't really go anywhere from there. So I don't know, right? How do I do the auto bleep? But every time I want to say something like you or your mom's right? Then the Twitch would just bleep me, right? Because I'm not allowed to talk like that, right? So what am I doing in there? Sometimes I program script. But anyway, sorry. Too meta. We're trying to come out, MPX, we're trying to brainstorm an idea here, right? Where we can have several developers working on the same code base in a relay, but having a sensible output. So we did this in the past where I started and I passed the code along and then someone got in the end and it was just a hot mess. So we're trying to avoid the hot mess aspect of this thing. So it becomes fun to watch and fun to run. And we have one suggestion here that we do like an image modifier or whatever. But then how many techniques do you have of writing filters? So maybe someone writes like a blur kernel and someone does like some color correction. But I think that's just going to be, I don't know how many people know how to write or want to write image manipulation as a thing, as the thing. I don't know, right? there are all these like basic things like edge detection, sharpening, saturation, all these things, but we just been writing a really bad version of Photoshop in the end, right? So anyway, that's kind of that's where we're at. It's a good suggestion, Dottie. I just don't think it's fun to watch, and I don't think it's fun as a generic programming exercise. I'm just trying to avoid showing everyone I got skill issue when it comes to image filters. What else do you guys have? My image minute for pixel in pixels is null. You're not allowed, Mod Pro. There's no unsafe, right? I'm glad we established that rule. And if you do it, you get ostracized by an actual ostrich from Austria, right? That's how far we'll take this. Okay, any more? We can do a hotel booking system, and then we can start an e-business together. Or an e-shop made in PHP. Oh, for some reason, I read that as you were assigning the null byte to the pixel, right? Pixel information would have 4 bytes, but I guess your point still stands, right? If you do that, you know. How about a to-do app? Well, actually, that's not a bad idea if everyone tries to program a to-do app from the chaotic nature of it, as nothing would ever get done. There would be multiple input collections and multiple displays of the to-do list when you mark it as done. It would, I don't know, right? But I don't think it would be that fun to watch, right? More of a Next.js TypeScript, all right. Yeah, whatever floats your boat, MPX. As long as you like programming, it's all good. Coroutine state machine that could be deployed on embedded to do something. I think that wouldn't be very fun, given that most people probably don't have the embedded stuff, right? Not formalize it too strongly. No. Maybe not. I think you're right. We shouldn't have too strong of a framework or a guide in there. It has to be open-ended, but we can't have everyone clearing and drawing a frame, right? That doesn't work, because that just means that the last link in the chain that does that is gonna be the last unit will effectively be the only thing visible then, right? A virtual machine for simple games, I think that would also be chaotic. If we can't really do anything that has multiple, that can have multiple units handling the same thing, right? So where is all this hair coming from? You're supposed to lose it when you get older. Anyway, so you can't have things like input handling being done by 3 different units. That's going to be it's not going to be funny. You're just not going to feel the input, right? It's going to be stuck reading input in the middle of something, right? You can't have graphics drawing where you're allowed to clear the frame, although arguably we could clear the frame at the end of the loop. So if we actually did have that, we could do context.clear and then context or whatever sleepy time, right? That could work. But again, I feel like everyone's just going to draw on top of each other. I think it would be a little bit like when you give children a bunch of crayons and tell them all to draw on the same piece of paper at the same time, right? And they're just going to sort of like get in there full on fisting the paper with crayons, and there you go, right?
Be like the Reddit place a pixel thing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it would be like Reddit. It will make no sense and everyone will be sad. So maybe not that. Yeah, I think we might have to keep it. So let's make it generic, okay? Let's assume that no one has any skill in anything, right? No deep skill in signal processing, graphics programming, image manipulation, audio processing. Did I say that already? Game engine development. If we're gonna have something like that, it has to be embedded in the context. It has to be part of the framework that we work on. But then we're kind of leading people into doing the same thing. Maybe we have to take a step back from the concept and do something else, right? Maybe everyone gets A log isn't that fun to watch. I think half the thing would be a German flag. Is it because there's 4 of us participating, Modprog, and you and Danaka is on there? Is that why? Yeah, we should have a topic. What am I missing? Rust forces you to use channels. I don't know. Where do you get that feeling from, right? What is making you feel that Rust is forcing you to use channel, right? Is Rust in the room with you right now? Okay. So if we have a theme, then a theme is pretty safe to have. But then it becomes like a jam. It's a unit jam. Okay. How about this? We think of each unit as a unique program, and each program gets its time on screen, and then we move to the next program. It can't be too long, but it has to be observable, right? That feels like it could go somewhere. I think since everyone would have free range to draw wherever, whatever, and you can observe the program before you, you're gonna be able to really quickly just draw over everyone else's. So I don't know. And also, it shouldn't be that every unit does the same thing, which it would just become a pixel drawing algorithm in that case, right? So if every unit does the same thing. That is pretty far from what I thought was fun with the last one, diving into other people's code, but it sounds interesting. You're going to have some understanding of other people's code, maybe. But this is the thing, Modprog. I think when you're at the end of this thing, having to dig into everyone else's code is going to eat up such a big chunk of your time that I think, Caleb, when you did this, I mean, did you even understand half the shit that came before you, right? Did any of it make sense?
Not really, no.
No, and I think that takes some of the fun away from it, because it just means that whoever starts, which was me, gets to have the most fun, which is how it should be. But I don't think the majority feels that way, right? So I think to level the playing field a little bit, we say you can dig into other people's code because the source is there, but you don't really have to. You can just observe the output and go from there, right? Yeah, but you had me, and I write incredibly clean and understandable code, followed by Marek, who was just in a state of panic for 3 hours, and then there was you, right? So, but jokes aside, I think not having to read through everyone else's code would probably be fun. But at the same time, spending 3 hours doing something, I think everyone should get their screen time as part of this thing, right? If they want to. Without, yeah, I'm worried that it's like on one end we're restricting it too much to make it make sense. On the other end, we don't restrict it at all, and then it just becomes the same thing as it was last time, right? I mean, channels are really good though in the coding. They're a really good way of dealing with sharing data between threads, right? I think I'm open to trying out a new concept either way. I just don't want the original premise to go away forever. I'm fine with it being less of focus this time. Okay, yeah, I think we need a sweet spot in between, right? You might want to look at a little bit of the previous code, but at the same time, you should be able to just ignore it and run the program and look at the output. And that's it. So I'm going to make a list of dependencies that I think we should throw in there, and the rand crate is definitely one of them. Actually, no, we don't need the rand crate. You can make your own random from the standard library. That's fine, right? What is it that makes this interesting? What do you think makes it interesting, Caleb? What's your thoughts?
I like the idea that it chains through a bunch of things.
Yeah, I think that could lead to interesting result. That is an operation on the previous output. How can we try to make it so one unit doesn't hijack the entire system? Well, we have the auto shutdown, the timeout. Is there anything else that we can add to this thing? I guess if we control the dependency list, then, or if we say that you're not allowed to add any dependencies that aren't already exported from this thing, right? So we add the dependencies to this fiddlestick framework, jam, code, whatever, and then you can just use them from there. So you're not allowed to have any dependencies added to your project. You can only use the dependencies that fiddlesticks exports, right? That could help. If we want to have some kind of graphics context, we can do so. We definitely need some kind of output. There has to be some observable change, right? I have to see if they've heard anything. I guess they would let me know if there was any changes. Yeah.
It's very difficult. Because
It
I
is
like
really
the concept
difficult.
of being able to pass data through and then you get the input or the output from the last one as your input and then stuff happens. But then it's like, well, what do you do with it?
That is the question. What do we do with the data? How do we... So we kind of have to display the data, right? Display the input. Although we can't really display the input. Well, we could if it implements some kind of display trait, but I don't know. It feels like we're getting a bit restricted again. I guess we have to we have to decide between standard out or a window. I guess we can have like a WASM blob or a website as well. But let's skip any like heavy frameworks. I don't think they add anything. But you're definitely gonna want to look through the code as it gets committed, though, because we have to prevent someone from doing something seedy. I'll probably run my stuff in a virtual machine though, just to be on the safe side. But since we control the dependencies as well, there'll be no cargo toml file other than the one that we have, and if we can't change that, then it should be fine. What were we doing with the last? Oh, the last one was a CLI. I guess we could do that. We could read the command args as an input. Although I don't know what that would add. It wouldn't really add anything, would it? Just command args, right? So the question is, do we do a CLI or do we do a graphical application? I think that's going to be the first question to answer, because we have to have at least something decided, and we need something that is visual, you can see.
We'll just project a standard out then, basically, if we only have CLI.
Say that again, sorry?
Unless we're just printing out to the standard out if that's all we have with a CLI, unless someone decides to make a mini TUI.
Yeah. I just manually copy all the rendering code from Anathema into there. So my contribution is like 10,000 lines of code that no one's gonna want to read. Now I think using writing the code from scratch is in the spirit of it, I think. So not copying and doing things. It's not about showing how clever you are. It's more about the fun of it, right? I mean, you can definitely show how clever you are, right? Let's not remove that. But more than someone's trying to be smart by dumping like 100,000 lines of code in there that are written before and just customize that. That is not being clever. That's just being annoying. So I think being clever is fine, but be clever within reason. Okay, so what do we got then? We have an idea. I guess what we could do is just leave it like this, because this would allow us to do a CLI, for instance, where since if you were to go first, then you can start doing something as long as you output correct output, and whoever comes after you can look at what your input is to get an idea for what the program's supposed to do. Maybe we could do something like that. That is what we did with the previous relay. We just didn't know what the program was supposed to do. I think this just adds a little bit of structure to it. So maybe that's not a bad idea. So you know what it does. You're not sold on that idea.
What? Who doing it? Me?
No, I mean, yeah.
Someone.
So, well, I guess no one is sold on that. No one's saying anything. So, in essence, I'm saying this could be the same as the previous relay. The only thing is that there is more structure to it, and you will always have some output. So whether you can understand and continue the previous person's idea or not, you kind of have some output. So you might be able to get an idea of what's what. Although there's always the risk of doing something where, it's called the fiddlestick relay now. There's the risk of doing something where you don't finish something and then the program is kind of stuck there, not because it's stuck in a loop, but rather you can't progress because the program only outputs the default implementation of your output because you never managed to finish it, right? So this is kind of what happened with my stupid serialized deserialized thing that Marek inherited. So rather than him knowing what he was supposed to do and being able to fix it, he was kind of just stuck on it for a while. And it didn't go anywhere. So that kind of just became problematic. I just felt like a lot of people didn't get to add anything, but I do still like the thread. Oh man, this is hard. Should we ask ChatGPT what we should do? So we do duck.ai, and we're gonna say. All right, well, this is broken now. There we go, right? We don't know what to do with the thing we are talking about. Please fix. Okay, thanks. It seems like you might be feeling a bit stuck or uncertain about a situation. Could you provide a bit more context or details? Well, okay. We are doing the thing we did last time, but it was too chaotic. There we go. We're trying to repeat the previous activity or project, but you're concerned about the chaos that occurred last time. I feel like it's just monkeying back, like parroting back to you, not monkeying. It's parroting back to you what you said, right? We should plan ahead. No. You are ruining this. Yeah, you better apologize. Oh, man. See, AI doesn't work. Should we try to post the Rust code and then see if we can make sense of this thing, right? Actually, it would be pretty exciting if it could. No context, just the code. Looks like you're working on a Rust program that utilizes the Fiddlesticks library to create a chain of units that run on separate threads. The code CPU provide outlines the structure of the program, but it seems to be incomplete, particularly in the area where you would add your logic to the chain. Here's a brief overview of what you might want to consider adding to modifying. Wait, What? I don't know. Hello, Scott. This is Caleb. Surely this must be in my stream title now. Otherwise, I'll be very cross with
Pretty sure it is.
with Twitch, right? So it should show up. Although I do appreciate that people are watching this on phones and other devices, and they might not see it, right? Tell it that you didn't ask for suggestion. Like, shut up and don't help me. You're not my real dad. I understand. Okay. Anyway, thank you so much, Monokuma. How you doing? Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. I don't know where everything went. There we go. There's the little guy. I get to see. I have to look at like my overlays on the screen to see. Twitch Prime hype. Did you guys know that we met the goal? How exciting is that? It doesn't look like I don't know. I described Caleb as being a pair of eyes and a pop filter the other day, so I think I was pretty spot on with the description of what Caleb looks like.
Yeah, it's accurate.
That's about right. So Scott, we're talking about doing another relay, and we're trying to sort of get some thoughts together on how we can do this. And I was struggling a little bit with whether we're gonna let people do their own thing as part of a chain, and then it connects together somehow. And how well, that's the goal, though, right? How do we make this thing work? If we make it as a singular program, I guess we could do the same thing as last relay, but no. No, I don't know. Maybe this is a bad idea. How can we make this fun? We can't ask ChatGPT. It made nothing fun. I think it made things worse. Another relay. The struggle is half the fun. Yes. The question is, this will alleviate the pain for the succeeding runners, but it will still be somewhat painful, maybe. And I guess there's less harm if you bungle this. So the first thing you have to do, or the first thing you should do, is provide the code that runs. So you just have like a default return, and then you can write all your code on top of that, as long as it compiles, right? We could program a fish bus. I don't know if that is fun. I don't know what a fish bus is, but I don't know if it's fun. Maybe so we need a theme, okay? We need a should we have how about this, Caleb? How about if we have a theme, but no hard requirements, but you can't add any dependencies that aren't already in the project?
Probably shouldn't segfault and panic either.
No. And then we have. Why? Well, so Montreal says, what I could kind of see as an issue is that we might be hesitating fixing a bug in an earlier chain link. Yeah, so here's the thing. I think we should almost consider the previous links as black boxes, right? Because the further you go in this, if we get, let's say that we have if we're lucky and we get 15 participants in this, then the 15th participant is probably not going to have time to read through and understand 14 other people's lunatic code to make sense of that before they start implementing their own thing. So it's about outputting, okay, I think I have an idea, like a half-baked idea here. Because you can name your types. You are allowed to communicate information through the name of your type, though. So you could do something where the name of your type is enough of a clue to what you've done, and you pass it along. that could work. So hypothetically, if you were making a to-do application or like that's what you think we're doing, right? So the first person who starts, in this example, Caleb, decides to do a to-do application. So the output of Caleb's link would be a list of items. And it's like a vec of a type called item. That's the output, right? So if that's the case, then the next person could look at a vec of items and go, okay, maybe this is a to-do list or maybe this is a game inventory. I'm gonna assume it's a to-do list, maybe. So I'm gonna split this into two things called done and not done, whatever that is, unfinished and finished, right? And then do something with that. So their output would be something else. Maybe their output would be a to-do or whatever, or maybe their output would be an inventory. And then they've taken this somewhere completely different. So you can somewhat communicate as you go along without the other person. You shouldn't have to look two links behind you if you don't want to, right? I think it's almost like I would like it if we didn't have the facility to look back, just because it would be more fun that way. And again, I think having to read through 14 other people's code is going to eat up so much of your time. It felt to me like that was the biggest hurdle with the relay that we did last time, that you had to go through everyone else's code, and that took up so much time for everyone, right? It could be a digital cuckoo clock, right? So you shouldn't have to go back and fix a bug. You should just assume that you get some input. I mean, I guess there's nothing. Should we be allowed to modify other people's code? Maybe we should, but then you're not working on your link. Then you're working on someone else's link. So it's a bit. Or maybe I'm too snowed into the old concept, and we need to think about this as a completely new one, right? I feel like I'm doing all the talking here, Caleb. There are some words out there.
Well, since you allowed default, if you always get default, then something's probably wrong. So you might need to fix someone else's link.
What if the person who starts has a bug, and then person that follows after spends their entire time budget on fixing that bug but doesn't finish it? So you end up with a link that has a bug that links to a link that just returns default. So that becomes problematic. Maybe we shouldn't be allowed to touch other people's code. You're only allowed to add files and modify the uses, right? The mods and uses in there. If we do that, then there could be a bug, but you could arguably fix the bug by writing a different implementation that doesn't have the bug. Man, this is gonna be so nonsensical. I don't know if this is doable, but if we want this thing to actually work, then we might have to be too rigid with our theme, and that ruins some of the fun. What do we do?
I think unlike the last relays rules where you couldn't do anything with anyone else's code, you can only add.
I think I like that rule too, just because it makes it a lot more fair for the people at the tail end of this thing. Because I had the most fun, objectively, at least that's what I believe. I had the most fun because I got a fresh project and I could do whatever I want, whereas everyone else just got my bugs, and that probably it only seemed to be like ModProg enjoyed my bugs and no one else. So right now, Horse, we're talking about doing a code relay. So we're talking about a foundation for a project that we build on top of. We're trying to balance fun with bureaucracy, which is a lot of fun, and also Australian politics. I vote for the Isopod party. All right. They just that woman who was that woman who was talking. What was she talking about? Trying to recruit youth, and she was using Skibbity in her speech. That was like that wasn't cringe at all. That was just amazing. I just felt proud to be part of the same race as her. I was like, we're all humans together. Skibbity toilet. It's amazing. But maybe I shouldn't go first because apparently I was the only one enjoying the debugging. Well, there you go, Modplug. But if we remove the debugging, if you're not allowed to touch other people's code, you're only allowed to add code, and you're only allowed to write code into your own link, then I think that would make it more fun, right? Thank you, NFT. I feel that way as well, right? At least know how I feel. We at least know how it feels to come out of a toilet. Come on, Goliath,
Yes,
man.
Skibbity.
It's too early for me to unpack that. I can't. All right. So how do you guys feel about the rule? You're not allowed to touch another module in the project. You're only allowed to add your own.
That only works really if we also enforce that, it has to work.
But it has to work because the output implements debug. So the code that you submit has to compile, right? The code has to compile.
Well, it can compile, but it just might blow up at runtime.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to have panics or seg faults unsafe. So I guess we don't need this thing because there's only dependencies, only depths in the fiddlestick lib that are re-exported. I will know what that means, right? So yeah, if your code compiles, then and it doesn't panics, then you should be good. So if worst case scenario, you'd end up writing a unit, and if you import unit for nonsense, let's see what we're gonna do. So your input is gonna be the last output. So this will be now. Let's put it after mine, right? So this will be a. We can't see the finalized yet. The finalized won't be there yet, but I can just look at this thing and see the output. It's going to be a U. No, it's a unit. No, a U32, right? So my input here would be a U32, and the output would say, let's make this thing a bool. So even if I'm about to write a long, nasty program here, I can, because this thing has to compile and it's not allowed to panic, I can't have to do there. So we're just going to do self output default, right? If this is the first thing you write, then there is no issues with this. So we should now be able to chain nonsense in here as well. No, I can't chain nonsense in there. I have to chain nonsense in here. Why doesn't that work? Oh man, I have to debug this. Well, we're gonna pretend that it compiles. So, PNP relay. You're the one who mentioned Skibbity, though. I should try it harder to make it make more sense. 2 hours of sleep is not enough. No, I was quoting Australian politics, right? I didn't.
I understood it.
Yeah. Anyway. So if we get this thing to compile, it'll be fine. If you write your implementation like, as a matter of fact, what we could do is we could just put this as the tick function, the default tick function of the unit. So if it looks like this, is not right. What's going on? That'd be great. Context, there we go. Right. We'll comment that out for the time being. Ship. Can't do that. There we go. All right. So we'll figure out the chain thing. Why that doesn't work. I think it has to do with the order of things. But either way, the finalize should be getting the input from the other. Oh no, that I know why it doesn't work, right? I'm being a complete nonsense. That's because the end is wrong. The end has to get a bool as the input. All right, and now it works. Whoopsie. So we don't even need the tick function here, and technically we don't need the tick function in any of these things, right? Because of this. But so if we do this, then you don't even have to. You can just use the default tick function, right? And if you can't do anything, then if you run out of time and you can't make it work, then all you do is make your output your input maybe, and then just do that. All right, worst case scenario. But having a default tick function, I think this would sort of solve it. So you can write your program. You know what your inputs are. You can write your program, and then you can just inject it into that. But it doesn't really matter how you do it. The point is, if someone submits a broken code, that's not a problem. Either we don't merge it, or I mean, we can set up a CI to just build the project. It's not going to be an issue at runtime. If you can't panic, you can't seg fault, no unsafe. You can't break the chain, right? And if we have the timeout, then there's no harm if someone writes something that doesn't work, right? There's no harm in there. I mean, the program is never going to make any sense, but still. Yeah, shoulder tape. It's a new thing. What do you guys think? What do you think, Caleb?
How does it get run in a separate thread for each?
That would be doable in the chain function. So we would do something like, where's the tick for the chain? Here. So we can do something like TA is thread spawn. Actually, maybe it can't. Maybe the thread thing isn't a good idea. Maybe this doesn't work. I don't know what I'm doing. And then we would have to join this thing or time it out. Yeah, we need another bracket there. Well, we can use scope threads though for this. I have to look up that. I never use scope threads. Scope threads, yeah, I think scope threads will do the trick here. So can we have a timeout on a scope thread? So we do thread scope. And then we're just gonna spawn for each, right? Will that do the trick? No, is that not the syntax? Oh, right, it's inside here. There we go. Okay, we'll panic in here for good measure. A cannot be sent. Didn't we say that A has to be sent? Well, we can make everything send, right? If we do that, then this thing is now going to be the output. And then we can make this thing Holy, look at that, man. This will work. I don't actually know if this is gonna work. Oh, damn you, context. But we stopped. We're not borrowing the context anymore after that. I thought that was okay. Maybe not. So we can't. I guess what we could do in that case is we just do. Can we get this as the BR input then? Unless this thing can't return. It can. I mean, this is kind of dumb, but let's see if we can get it to compile, though. No, why are you a unit? Oh, that's why. There we go. So the question, this code is beautiful. No way anyone's going to be unhappy with this. But actually, you don't have to look at this code or even unpack this code, right? Instead, we just have to have a way of timing out a thread. So how do you time out a thread with a scope thread, right? Is there such a thing as a timeout in here? Maybe the scope has something. It can spawn. That's all the scope can do. And what is this? This returns a join handle. So we can ask if it's finished in a loop, and can we cancel it? I guess we could just throw it away. I don't know if you can cancel the thread. Does anyone know if you can cancel a thread? So we would have to... Oh dear. So that's gonna give us the handle. And then we would do a loop in here. We would have to do like a thread yield or whatever, but is finished. So this will do, right, there we go. So this will do the, why? All right, join. Forgot the join. What? Expected a unit? Oh, break. Right. So this thing, if it fails to finish after a given time, then we can just break here with a default. Like that. And we need a counter. Right, that's a little bit complicated, but is there another way to cancel a thread, right? In this case, we're not even canceling the thread, so we're actually keeping the thread alive, I guess, unless the thread dies when you do this. All right, we should probably have a counter as well. And then here we would do a thread yield. Actually, this probably would make more sense to sleep for like 10 milliseconds or something, right? So you give it 100 milliseconds to do its job, which if we have 10 participants and everyone up, then it will lose a second, right, per iteration. So this isn't super graceful, but it kind of works. Let's write something using that, right? Let's just take all this beautiful Go, wait, input. I thought I fixed this, damn it. Thank you so much, Tanaka, buddy. Thank you so much for that. Oh, bunny. Eat your carrots. You need always specific APIs to cancel a thread. The reason for scope threads is so that we can run the we can use attributes on self, right? You wouldn't be able to borrow self.a in another thread, I don't think. Right? So we couldn't do thread. No, you can't. No, you can't borrow thread. I don't know why I would even try that. You can't borrow anything from self in another thread because the thread might outlive safe, right? It has to have a static lifetime. So that's why we use scope threads. So this way we can not cancel, but kind of, right? I think the answer to that hybrid law is because most people that I see program Rust on Twitch, they don't use scope threads. I see most people use the standard spawning of threads, and that includes me as well. Okay, so let's have a look at what happens when... So this is running. This is now set up and kind of works. So let's do something like a scope thread here. We're just going to have a loop here. And we're going to have a counter. No, the regular thread API wouldn't allow us to use... The regular thread API requires that you have static references on everything that you borrow, which doesn't work for what we've written here, right? Like, so in short, we're borrowing from self into another thread. And if this thing was using the standard way of spawning threads, that means the self has to be borrowed for a lifetime of static, not for a lifetime of this function, right? Or less than this function, because that's what we're doing here. Anyway, so we're going to sleep the thread. We're going to subtract from the counter. And if the counter is 0, then we're going to break out of here, assuming that it's not done. So let's spawn a thread here. Oh, I see. Okay. Right. Then okay. I thought you meant in this case. All right. All good. All good. Scope. I mean, I literally just wrote this, didn't I? Yeah, scope. And we do some work in here. And we're just going to put a loop in here. And this loop is going to print out... Whoops. Extra whoops. Working. And this one is going to run forever. So if we make a loop there, and then we're going to try to do something for 10 seconds, and then we're going to go here. Well, no, that's obviously not going to work. Let's do this in a function instead. I think I know the answer already. We just have to do this, and then let's put this in there as well. I never called the function, did I? Right, so this is going to keep working forever. It doesn't matter that we end the function or anything. We have no means of canceling this thing, right? Or let me don't have any non-OS specific means of canceling this thread, right? So it will... Worst case scenario, someone does something annoying, but we can just disable that. I think that's okay. If someone does something nefarious or annoying or in violation of the spirit of the relay, then we can be okay with just ditching the code. I think that's fine. Is there a thread safe? Sorry, is there a cross-platform way to cancel? I don't think there is. This will run out of memory though. If we're running this in a loop and it spins up a thread and the thread is never ends. Yeah, but is there any cross-platform way of doing this? Is there something for doing thread cancellation? And we could just say don't be a but I don't know if that seemed to be a difficult instruction to follow for some people, so I don't know. The answer is no, so we can't do anything about that then. Right? No standard library built-ins, okay. No, so we've solved that part. And the person who wants to be a debug is just going to ignore the token. Okay, there's a crate for Linux and Mac. Do we have one for Windows then that has a similar API? How old is this? 9 months ago. So they might have it for scope threads then. There's a terminate function there that we could run. Okay, let's see. Terminate a thread on Windows. You know what? I don't want to read Win32 anything. Maybe this one will lead us to somewhere. That's what we want, right? No, this is not, well, okay, externally, but this is not controlling the thread handle. So again, this doesn't make any sense. No, this is just going to do, this is operating on the assumption that people are kind and sane, and we don't. So we are not going to bank on that. There is no...
But Prog really likes Duck AI.
Oh yeah, I think there's something going on between them. That's why. What could we do with... So what does this thing do? Crossbeam channel? No, that's not going to do anything. Yeah, this doesn't add anything. All right, should we ask that? We can do assist. I get no assistance. Okay, there we go. You can obtain the thread handle and use kernel 32 terminate thread to forcibly stop the thread, but this method does not allow for any cleanup. It is generally advised to avoid this approach due to potential issues with resource management, data integrity. More in, I don't know what's going on there. Thread from Rust and, all right, there's the Rust logo. Stopping a thread from Rust. Very good, Scott. Okay. So we can call libc pthread cancel. This is definitely gonna not be thread safe. On Windows, you can get the handle via join handle extension and call kernel 32 terminate thread. So maybe this is it, right? So do we need to concern ourselves with anything other than Windows, Linux, and Mac then?
I'd hope not.
It might be worth reconsidering your design to allow for better thread management. So this just reads like AI blurb, and obviously that misses the mark so far. I don't even know where it is. Okay, I think we can do this, but here's the other thing. If we kill a thread, we're just going to spin it up again next time. As long as this doesn't... It says that it doesn't clean up resources. Does that mean that we're going to end up leaking memory? Because that's not good. Not that we need to run this for a long period of time or anything, but I think it might leak memory. Ba-da-da-da-doop. Okay. Should we implement a thread murdering library on the side here? So let's do that. Let's just go to home and temp and new lib thread murder. It could be thread ripper as the green. So thread reaper. That's a better name. Thread reaper. Because it sounds like a thread ripper. Although I do like thread murder too, but we'll go with thread reaper for now. Tests, we don't need no test. Let's see, so what do we need? We need libc, docs rs libc. We need to add libc. All right, we're done with this thing. Quit and blub. And then pthread what? Where was that? Pthread kill. Bad request. All right, it's gonna be pthread. There we go. That probably just takes a thread ID, which is what? Oh, it's some oolong tea. All right, so can we get the thread ID from a thread, maybe? Call it men's laughter. Very good. Yeah, I don't know why there's no good way to kill a thread, right? And obviously our use case is a little bit unique, given that we are talking about running other people's code inside something. So we're kind of sandboxing this, even though we're not. Maybe WASM would have made more sense. Let's not throw WASM in there. No one wants WASM. Is it in the root? Okay. So let's have a pub function kill that takes a thread handle. Thread join handle. Okay, so let's make a main just to try this out. And let's spin up a thread here. Thread. Spawn. Whoopsie. And then we call kill handle. Wait for a second, and then in here we'll wait. We'll do this a few times. And then actually no, this thing has to run forever. We're just gonna wait for 1 second, and then so let's do this. So we print out working. And there we go. So let's use, whoops. No, come on, man. What did we call this thing again? Thread Reaper. Kill. There we go. Kill. Okay. And then this thing is going to run and then it exits. So we kind of need to loop here. So we can see that, so this thing's going to keep running, but it should only run and show 3 of them, right? What a surprise that it didn't give you a useful answer. With WASM, we could. Yeah, it is a heavy dependency, and we would have to have some kind of runtime that can deal with these things, right? So to kill a thread, to kill a mocking thread, we need to, it's going to be unsafe. Okay, it's unsafe. we'll write the Windows and Linux config attributes later. We're just gonna get this thing working. So what do we need? Pthread kill. Okay, so how do we get this information? We're gonna have what's the signal? What is? Does anyone know what the signal should be here? Do you know the signal, Caleb?
Nope.
Join handle. All right, so let's do signal to kill a thread. Sig kill. I mean, maybe it is, right? Maybe it is. Sig term. That will terminate process. Okay, no, sig term. All right, so sig term should be available in here. Whoops. Yeah, so libc sig term. Whoops. So we need that and sig term. So what should we put in here then? We need to get an ID from the handle that we can pass in here now. And the join handle, what does that have? Join handle. As raw handle maybe. Available on Windows only. Okay, so that's what we need later then. Into as handle. Why is everything just on Windows? How do we get a thread ID? So we have to do thread ID. Oh my god, this is gonna be nonsense. Thread. What's it? Thread ID or just .id? No, just ID. And then that thing kind of died. So a thread ID has to become a U64 as U64. Okay, there we go. Oh, come on. Come on. Why? Can we do like into maybe? Does this thing have a thread that is as non-zero? Does it implement into? Join handle extension as pthread. Good find as pthread. That's going to be a raw pthread, which is the U64. Yes, it is. Okay, there we go. Right. So join handle extension is what we need. Join handle. Whoops. Join handle extension. So we do. Where do we get that from? Right. Well, we just use the libc. That'll be fine. Join handle extension. What is this there? Okay, is this on the join handle itself? So we just do spthread t. That is a raw handle. Really? Join. Oh, it's Unix specific. Oh, right. All right, so we're going to have that sooner rather than later. Oh, right. You need to write use before you can do anything. So, do you feel like you remember enough Rust for all this now, Caleb?
Maybe.
There we go, all right. I guess we just put this in there for now, and then we can just re-export what we need. Do we get 3 times? Yeah, we do, and then it fails and exits with a dodgy code, right? But that Okay, that is not fine. We should not use that. That seemed to have killed... It is murdered incorrectly. So it's not sig term then. Should we try sig kill? 9, that seems... You know what? Let's just pass 9 in there and see what it is. No, it's going to be the same thing. That's a problem. How do we kill? Let's see if there's anything in here, right? We can see how they're implementing it here, though, in the terminate function. Oh, man, let's jump through some hoops then, shall we? All right, where's the API in all of this? Nah, come on, man. This is rubbish. That is unreadable. Where are the bindings then? C bits. They're literally called C bits. All right, let's see if this makes any sense then. Automatic variables may not be destroyed. This function must be considered as a last resort since memory may be lost. Okay, well, I mean, we don't really have much of a choice here, do we? What's the signal they are using? This seems a lot more involved than I was hoping. pthread cancel instead of pthread kill. Okay. Is it the same? Okay, we can try pthread cancel, then we don't need that. Fatal exception not rethrown. That doesn't sound great. Yeah. What does that mean? And there's no documentation there. Maybe we have to... whether and when the target thread reacts to the cancellation depends on 2 attributes. Set cancel state. Do we have to do that? No, maybe then it wouldn't be cancelled. Asynchronous or deferred? Okay. I'm trying to understand what resulted in that error, though. What does empty safe mean? That doesn't look like the error though, is zero. Like if you try to do something like that, you're gonna get a terribly long stack trace and a lot of angry letters from Rust. This looks more like I don't know what this even looks like. What is this? What is a fatal exception not rethrown? Create the thread through libc. Man, so we go from having a relay to writing our own threading library. I feel like my armpit is getting moist from this idea. I don't want to do that. So what is it?
Quite a bit from the very beginning.
We certainly have gone off on a wild goose chase. And this is also ending the program. It shouldn't end the program. We get here, but then we snook it from there on. I wonder if we have to set the cancellation on the thread though, right? No. So what was that? P thread set cancel. I don't even know if we can do that, right? P thread. Spin in it. We don't seem to have the option to do anything with cancellation here. Spin for the win. Bubble up the exception. Well, there's a lot. There's a lot on the pthread API here. All right, nothing. So what is the issue then that we're getting here? Let's run this again and grab the issue. Fatal exception not rethrown. Let's try Rust. I'm guessing this is gonna yield nothing. Yeah, nothing there. Is this a panic? The crate that you linked to it, was it this crate? The terminate thread? It just calls pthread cancel. Well, that's on Android, I guess. Yeah, this is reading C++ though, something I'm not particularly good with, so this is a little bit hectic, I have to say. Why does it say, oh, is this not? Or what does this mean? Does it mean not defined as Android, or? Because this is just calling pthread cancel. Caleb looks like a C++ expert. Do you know, Caleb? Do you know what this means?
I'm pretty sure it's if not def.
Okay, so this is just calling pthread cancel in that case. And we don't... Okay, what about this? Set the attribute for setting then. There seem to be a lot of set. Okay, that's super useful. Pthread, set, and what are they doing here? What do we have over there? Let's move this over there. Set detached state. There's probably going to be more about the cancellation, right? What does that do? Pthread creates attribute. Initialize the attribute. What does that even do? Does it what's the defaults here? Okay. Okay, so it's gonna be in all right, so we're looking for this is so weird, man. Where is this? No, we're looking for pthread. There is no pthread, is there? Maybe there is. Pthread. Here we go, right? So something about cancellation here then. No, we're on to pthreads now. We're past pthread. We're into debugging instead. I don't know. Yes, not defined. Okay, excellent. So, whoops. So all that's doing then, well, all that's doing is just saying if it's not Android, then call pthread cancel. But we don't. I'm guessing it's gonna create this. Do a pthread create attached? Why would the Rust crate do anything different? Oh, that's libc. Thread. Let's have a look at thread spawn if it does the same thing. Oh, biscuits. We need the source code. So we need the OS specifics for this. Oh, beans. Where's the threading stuff? Where's the threading code? This is fun. Dropping the thread. We can't drop the thread though. That doesn't stop it. Are you reckoning here? There's thread. There we go. Good spot. Nope, nothing here. Nothing but creating a thread here. I really feel like we're gone off the deep end now as well. We're like, oh, well, I don't know what we're gonna do here. What do we do in our threading? Thread. You and me both, Scott. That's more than I need to know. Welcome back, CP. We're trying to cancel a thread, CP, but canceling the thread gives us an issue, a fatal exception not rethrown. And I wonder where this error comes from. I doubt that we can do this. Because it's not a... No. Sig abort. Pthread cancel asynchronous. Did we have that? I thought I was looking for that and I didn't find it. Where was I? All right, we just forget you, Rust. We're gonna go not there. We do want libc. Forget you and this thing. Okay, pthread. And it's gonna be pthread cancel. There is no pthread cancel. I don't even know if there's a set cancel type. No. I'm worried that this is how you do it, but I don't know. Since C# got async await and it became ubiquitous, I haven't really touched a threading library. Yeah, this isn't even threading library. This is pthreads, right? We're in libc now, and we haven't even got around to the Windows specifics, right? All this just to prevent someone from being a bag, right? So it's like maybe we just take the loss, maybe we just take the hit on the debag. What time is it for you now over there, Caleb? It's gonna be pretty early.
8 p.m.
That's very early. Have you been to the gym today?
No, I went yesterday.
Good work. Good work. I met this dude there when I went. I was there at 5 in the morning, and this other dude was there, and I was trying to do a PB. So he peanut butter, obviously. So he's like, "Oh wow, you're like really?" I said, "No. I'm not doing 10 reps with this thing, right?" And it's like, and I said to him, "It's very good of you to be at the gym at 5 in the morning, right? This guy's like 75 or whatever, right?" And he's like, "Yeah." And then when he's training, he just walks on the treadmill for a bit. Then he goes and does like leg press, maybe like 4 or 5 repetitions. Then he goes and does something completely different. He just like walks between the machines. And I've never seen him like do a physically straining exercise. It seems like more like mobility. And I thought it was like physiotherapy, but no, he just goes every day and don't exert himself. And I'm like, that feels like you shouldn't. You should just lift more is what I'm saying. Lift more. All right.
Yeah, you should be lifting 200 kilo deadlift.
Definitely. I mean, like if you're not if you're not benching like 100 kilos to 6,000 kilos, then are you even trying, right? It beats what most people are doing. That's absolutely right, Marvin. I am definitely not shaming the guy. I was just really taken back by the fact that he goes frequently but doesn't seem to stay there for long. I just thought, like, what an interesting. The thing is, you can't tell other people how to work out. That makes you an idiot, right? If you go around telling people how to work out in the gym, you're an asshole. There's no way around it, right? But yeah. Now, see, Enrico, that would be nice. We only have to fix it now. See, my stress levels are going up now. Someone ban Enrico. Now, okay, so should we just skip the threading cancellation thing then, right? Nothing wrong with giving quality advice. Yes, there is. Okay. Yes, there is. No one likes free, unsolicited, or paid for unsolicited advice. No one likes that. No one has ever been like, "Oh my God, thank you, stranger, for interrupting me in what I was doing to tell me that something I'm doing is wrong, even though you don't know anything about me or the intention of what I'm doing," right? It's just amazing. Like, please come to my house and tell me how to live as well. By the way, if you want free advice on how to live, please like and subscribe. You're okay in Neo today? All right, sorry, I couldn't even read them. Only antisocial people respond that way to quality advice. That's all. I don't know. Do you guys want to go and hang out in Caleb's stream instead? Because they can spread your bullshit there instead. It's not only annoying, CP, it's disrespectful, right? Some people struggle to get to the gym. They don't want to be seen. They don't want to be talked to. There's a reason a lot of people have headphones on, right? And by going up to someone and saying you're doing it wrong, you might basically be ruin the gym experience for them, so they never go back because they felt pretty defeated by that comment, right? I mean, I know I don't do everything right, but at least I'm going, right? And the moment if someone came up to me and said, like, you're doing it wrong, you have to do it this way. Well, if they did it today, I would just assume they were a massive head and I would just ignore them. But if it would have happened when I started going, I might have killed the mood for me a little bit, right? It's problematic line to walk. On the other hand, I don't want to go around and give unsolicited advice. On the other hand, when I see people doing deadlift with massively rounded backs, I want to prevent them from hurting themselves. But it's not your job to save other people in the gym, right? And besides, Marvin, let me hear if you might agree with this, you might not. If you're doing a deadlift with a massive rounded back, either you're not lifting heavy enough for that to cause damage. All right, maybe if you're my age, if you're my age and your back looks like half a donut, then just put it down, right? But I certainly don't have good form when I'm lifting, but I don't lift heavy enough to hurt my back. So maybe if you're pulling 150 kilo deadlifts with a banana back, then but then you're gonna find out that you're doing it wrong because you can't leave the gym afterwards, right? So I don't know. I don't think it's fine to go up and give people advice anywhere. No one really wants that. If I say to someone, could you help me out here? I have no idea what I'm doing with this equipment. Then I've invited them to come and hang out with me and tell me how wrong I live my life. But if I'm on my own doing my own thing, which is every time I am in a gym, I don't want anyone to come up and talk to me. I don't want people to talk to me. I don't want them to interrupt my workout. And I certainly don't want them to correct something because I didn't ask for it, right? That was my job with Rither. Oh, dude, I saw his early lifts, Enrico, but he asked you for help, right? I saw the video of Rither going full banana back, man. But it was his choice, and he asked for help, right? It isn't black and white. And I have to apologize. I wouldn't mind someone pointing that out in the gym. Perhaps we should take some kind of system where people are okay with advice with green t-shirts. But if all my gym gear is green now, I'm going to have to buy a new wardrobe, right? Banana Back Steven is the coolest guy in the gym. No doubt, Noctua, right? I used to give advice for a living. Yes, but that was to people who wanted advice. See, to walk around and think that people want advice and need advice, you're making a lot of assumptions about these people, right? I would say more times than not, advice is not welcome. I've seen people ask for help in the gym. Never from me for some reason, but I've seen people ask for help and I've seen other people helping them. But I have never seen anyone just walk up to someone and go, "You're doing it wrong." And that has been a welcome change in their life, right? My t-shirt is dark green. Yeah. So, I mean, that's the thing though, right, CP? If you're at the gym and you're doing something and you don't know if you're doing something wrong, then ask, right? Just ask someone. I mean, I think if someone came up to me and said, "Can I get some help with my lifting?" I would just say, "I'm completely unqualified." Okay, but if you still want me to help you, then maybe, right? But to stand around expecting people to come and help you, that's not a good idea. I don't think that works. And to say that it's okay to give everyone advice on the off chance that people want advice, I think the minority is the people who want advice, not the majority, right? No, thank you. Also, you have to get up pretty early, right? Yeah, I mean, I could definitely spot someone as long as they brush their teeth before they went to the gym, right? But because you don't want to be there with someone be like, "Can you spot me?" Yeah, and then be like, "Oh, I had fish for breakfast." All right, then. That's a little bit off-putting, right? You'd be like, "Oh, yeah, go, mackerel man. Go, man. You can do it, man. I'm passing out over here, but you'll be fine," right? Now, I'd spot someone. I'd have someone if they asked me to, but I'd let them know that I was completely unqualified. But, fish is arguably the best breakfast. I'm never going to spot you in the gym then, right? Are you mackerel man? Is that it? Pure dating material? Yeah. Majority probably doesn't know what they don't know, including coordinators. Now, dude, right? And be positive about gym culture. See, this is contradicting, okay? Being positive about gym culture is not the same as going up to someone and correcting their mistakes that you think they do. There's so much bro science in the gym that I don't trust any of you to give me any real advice, right? I do what works for me, all right? I do what works for me. And if I want to know something, either I speak to someone who's qualified, like a professional trainer or a personal trainer, which, I mean, arguably they aren't even qualified, right? Or I look at YouTube videos about people getting assaulted in the gym, right? You feel bro-like? Well, it's all right, bro, Seth, you'll be fine. Professional bro science. Yeah, there you go, right? Now, I mean, imagine the gym in January. Who are you going to see there? You're going to see everyone who had cake for Christmas, okay? They're going to turn up and be like, it's that time. Because you all know it, right? In January and February, it fills up with enthusiastic people who are making life-changing choices, right? And that's going to last for about a month. But this is why gym memberships are for a year at a time, right? Because they know it's the January and February crowd that funds the gym, right? So when you get there, all these people that turn up that don't really know what they're doing, they're going to either figure things out themselves, or they're going to get a professional trainer, or they're going to ask for help, right? There is a very, very simple way to know if you're doing something wrong in the gym. you are in a lot of pain while you're doing it, right? Then you should just stop doing it. Everything else is just varying degrees of progress, right? But imagine if someone's there doing gym for physiotherapy. So they're doing a really weird exercise where they're stretching their arms out, and they're doing this with a cable machine at like 1.5 kilos. And you go up there, but no, you need to lift heavier, man. You're not gonna see any progress. Your beach body's not gonna happen from you doing that. But it's just some random dude doing physio, and you striding up there with your bro science, man. Nah, man. I was a member of a local gym for 6 years. Don't you live in the world's most expensive country as well, CP? $60 a month, jeepers, man. I don't pay that much for the gym. For $60 a month, you can just hire some. For $50 a month, I can come to your house and tell you, you're doing great. You look good. Keep it up, man. So you can feel good about yourself and save $10, man. Although I don't know if I want to go to your house for $50 a month. That's not really a good salary. We need more people. We need more in this. You got a good deal. I lift goats as an exercise. There you go, right? So I imagine if you want to lift 2 goats, how do you attach them to the rake? Is this like, I don't even want to explore what that's going to look like. Poor goats. You'd be like, goat time. And they're like, no. And then you're like, come here, goat. We're going to do it now. Anyway. All right. So what's your preferred exercise in the gym, Caleb? I'm doing all the talking again, right?
I
Warm
really
arm
like
pull-up,
doing
maybe?
preacher curls.
Preacher curls, right? I've heard that the curls are for girls, right? I think you were the one who said that last time we talked about this. Yeah, there you go. That's cool. Preacher curls. Have you tried spider curls?
I have. I think I prefer doing it like preacher curls.
Do you sort of like, do you have, do you do like what's your split, by the way? Let's ask that. What's your split?
What do you mean?
So do you, like, when you train, do you go back bicep, chest tricep? How do you like break up your workouts? Or do you go do full body workout every time?
I think it kind of depends, but it's usually things like I'll do legs and that's it. I'll do chest and shoulders-ish. Back and also shoulders. And then arms.
And do you do all that like in one session, or do you spread that out over a week?
That's spread out across a week.
All right. So when you do things like preacher curls, do you then go from there to another bicep exercise, or do you sort of just do one exercise per muscle group at a time?
I usually do the whole muscle first, and before going on to the next one.
All right. So do you mix? Do you do like bicep curls and then you do something else like stand seated curls or like pull ups or whatever? Do you mix anything, or is it just bicep curls until you completely destroyed your biceps for that day and then you go to the next thing?
Well, yesterday I did back and shoulders, and then I did like 4 or 5 things on back, and then whatever I could pull through for shoulders, which is like a few different things, mostly raises at that point though.
Do you ever finish your workout session by just grabbing a pair of dumbbells or something and then just going ham until you can't, so you kind of just stop at like 5, you can't lift 5 kilos afterwards? You're like, all right, do you ever do that?
I feel like I like doing that a lot more with shoulders on like raises, because it feels, I don't know, it just feels really good on shoulders for some reason.
So what's your go-to shoulder exercise then?
What was it?
What's your go-to shoulder exercise?
I need to do a lot more rear delt stuff, I think. So I usually get on like the pec deck and then do the rear flies. Or yeah.
Do you know how to spell pec deck?
I think pretty sure it's CEC and then deck.
Because I have seen so many spellings of that thing, and I heard someone else make that joke. Do you know how to spell pec deck?
Mm-hmm.
So
because it's like pectoral, so it's a bit weird if you put a K in there.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. There's another one. There's another PECD that you can do in the gym to get banned. But that's good, right? But you want to do more lats then? Is that the goal?
Well, more rear delts
Rear delts,
to the
right?
back
Not
of my
lats.
shoulders.
All right. So are you going for that like that real triangle shape then?
I just want them to catch up to the rest of my shoulders because they seem to be a bit more developed.
All right, fair enough. Yeah. Do you record your progress somehow?
Sort of. I take like my weights every now and then I do measurements every so often to know if anything's growing or not.
How do you feel about
Roughly.
like all the bro science out there? Like, do you feel like it's overwhelming, conflicting information wherever you go when you try to look at these things? That was a very leading question, wasn't it? It's like, how do you feel about the information about training and exercise out there?
Honestly, I feel like there's like a lot more. Have you ever seen the celebrity trainers?
Oh,
They
I've
like a PT
seen
for a celebrity.
I've seen Mike Israetel from Renaissance Periodization make fun of them, and I actually quite
Yes,
enjoyed that.
that's what I've seen a lot of, them not knowing what they're talking about.
And it's really, but it's really confusing because it's really hard to know who's right in a lot of these cases, right? So when you're watching someone demonstrate how to do something, this is what I do. I go to the gym, I'm going to do a new exercise, I'll watch a video on how to do the exercise, then I try it and I try to feel whether something hurts or if I'm doing it right or not. And one thing that Israetel, Dr. Mike, I guess, what he said that made sense to me was everyone is built different. So what works for one person in terms of how to do something, it doesn't work for another. Specifically things like tricep, overhead press, and things like that, right? It's all everyone's built different, right? So how do you qualify if something is a good exercise for you or not?
I guess the only way to do it is to just do it.
So Crispy says, does the muscle that should be involved move? That's a good question. But here's the thing. I think a lot of people don't know how to feel the muscles. Can you tension your back muscles, right? Can you flex your back muscles entirely at will? And how do you know which muscles you're actually involved? Because there's loads of muscles in your body. Like there's hundreds of muscles in your body, and a lot of them is just like moving food around on the inside. There's like a lot of muscles there. So it's to say, can you feel the muscles? I'm going to be honest and say when I do things like bench press, I don't really feel it as much as if I'm doing like a cable cross and I feel my chest on when I'm sort of like pushing my arm out at the end. That's when I'm feeling my chest muscle activation. I don't feel any chest muscle activation. Like I feel the stretch, but not on the push up. Nothing, almost. So it's really difficult to say, do you feel the muscle that can be involved? Specifically if you're training things you haven't trained before, right? Like some muscles are probably never used in my entire life. They just lay there dormant like turtles. I don't know about the turtles, but you know.
For that in particular, though, I've seen every time I do bench, I feel like my shoulders hurt way too much. And then I've seen something recently about just changing your grip and then to be more closer in. And then I've been trying to do that more recently and I actually start feeling it more in my chest and not snapping my shoulders in half.
Have you felt that? Do you do shoulder raises on a cable machine? Have you tried that?
I usually do like shoulder presses on
fair
like
enough.
the actual machines and sometimes dumbbell.
Oh, you have a shoulder press on the machine. Oh, so this is another example of how people are built differently. Like I did shoulder press on a techno gym machine, and it was so terrible. I hurt my shoulders from doing it, and I thought that if you do things on a machine and you set it up correctly for your height and everything, then you should be fine. But the thing is, you can be really tall and have really short arms, or vice versa, right? So the machine settings don't always make sense, right? So it's really I don't love all the machines that I have available at my gym. if you could build a home gym, what would you put in there? What's the most essential stuff for you in the gym?
Well, I'm kind of thinking about it already,
Okay.
but because of my lack of room, I'd probably keep it very minimal with like a bench, like an adjustable bench, some kind of maybe middle-ish weight dumbbells, and then if I could fit it, maybe like some kind of exercise bike.
All right, an exercise bike as well. You don't have like a regular bike for
No.
for biking around. So I think adjustable dumbbells will be pretty good. I'm not looking at so there's like really well known ones like the Bowflex ones or whatever. But I think something with adjustable weights that would probably be quite good. I don't think so. I have tried a few with the plates, which I don't see here, but I tried a few and they were all right. I don't think I would like the square box ones because they seem a little bit awkward. I've tried something similar to this, I think. That wasn't too bad, but they are heinously expensive, right? Power blocks, yes, I think those are the ones, Crispy, the square ones, not these ones. There's a square one that looks like it has a horrible handle, and if you were to sort of maybe it's something like this would be a horrible handle because it feels like your arm goes into the dumbbell and there's a chance that it's going to be very uncomfortable if it sort of tips one way or another when you're using it. So like these things, that's the power block. Yeah, this thing looks really, really like something that you can, I don't know. There's something weird about it, right? I think it's a bit odd. So I think for me it would be I want a whole gym, right? So I need like 100 square meters of real estate, concrete floor, and now a cable machine and dumbbells, I could get pretty far with that, I think. I'd miss. I mean, if you have a bench as well, then you can do lat pull downs with that as well. I think a cable machine is probably where it is, right? Yeah, I just don't like the shape of them, right? I have an adjustable dumbbell. I don't know, Scott. I don't know. No, but that would be pretty. That would be pretty good. We just pivoted into talking about gym. Should we go into the next topic? Let's talk about cooking while we're at it, right? What's your go-to quick meal, right? If you're gonna make some food and you need to, you don't have any plans or anything, you're just gonna make some food. What are your go-to feeds?
Probably what I'm going to do very soon. I was thinking about making just scrambling some eggs and then putting like bit of cheese and bit of sauce on it and then have that be it.
Oh man, I was gonna go with chicken and rice, but okay. Chicken. Have you started making chicken
I've had
palm
enough chicken
yet?
and rice already.
Oh, fair enough. There you go. All right. I have no idea what I'm gonna be cooking today. Real cheese, says Bonin. I don't know what the alternative is. Do you mean like instead of like American pre-sliced those like sheets of cheese that you get in a plastic pocket, right?
I never go those pre-sliced. It's gross.
Yeah, these ones, right? You can sort of you can almost see that it's been in the same room as a cow at some point, but it's questionable, right? Chemical cheese, but this is so good though, right? Let's not pretend that this is not good, okay? Eating these cheese singles on things like sandwiches and hamburgers and stuff, right? Waste from the petroleum industry. There you go, man. You gotta get the good stuff, CP. The petrol cheese. I got some of those plastic plates in my garage. Well, there you go, man. Whenever you have them, Crispy, as long as you enjoy them, right? Okay, so you're gonna have scrambled eggs. I had scrambled eggs on toast this morning, right? Have you tried the golden eggs yet? Have you tried to up your scrambled egg game?
Not yet, because I still am not a fan of bread.
No, that's fair enough.
Let's put it on something else.
Yeah.
And I don't have something else to put it on yet.
You can definitely put on something else. But if you just wanna try something differently, then just lower the temperature a little bit on your scrambling so you don't get those dry lumps. So you cook it on a lower temperature with a bit of fat, like either butter or cheese, cream, creme fraiche, whatever, right? Something that adds to it, makes it a bit creamier. It's really good. I put lemon and Parmigiano in there as well. It's insanely good, but you get so fed up with eggs that you have to all like modify the recipes every now and then to keep it sane, right? Poached eggs are good, Bonan. That's good. Eggs are superfood. Eggs are super good. Yes. How many eggs a day do you think you eat?
Well, apparently my shop nearby has run out of eggs,
Because
and
of you.
they are in low, very low on their stocks. So I had to go buy some really expensive 6-packs, which was like $7 for 6, which is kind of ridiculous.
What? What is
So
that?
I can't be eating many.
No, that sounds a bit grim. I probably eat about 5 eggs a day, right? And that's excluding like eggs that are in other products as well, right?
Yeah. If they had eggs, I'd usually buy like the very large packs. I think there's like 36 in one box or something like that. And they're only like $5 or something stupid.
And the funny thing with eggs, and this is this looks way too fancy crispy. Eggs in ramekins, probably with like flavoring and stuff. I think this is just Tabasco. Pac-Man. Yes, because so the thing is, eggs actually has a really long shelf life, but people don't think about this, right? But you can probably keep eggs for several months, and they'll be fine to eat, right? So find cheap eggs, buy lots. Find a local farmer and say, "Can I have some of your eggs?" I'm sure they'll go down well. Egg and cream cooked in the oven. That sounds good. Cooked eggs. Brussels sprouts. What's your take on Brussels sprouts, Caleb?
I'm not a fan.
You're not a fan. You are very sensible. I always knew that about you. You're a sensible person. Did I ask you? Pineapple on pizza, yes or no? Now we're gonna aggravate people. Don't say what you think people want to hear now, okay? Be honest.
I'm in the middle.
You're in the middle of the pineapple. Yes. So if someone makes pineapple, if someone puts ham and pineapple on the pizza, would you eat it?
So if I was given it, I would eat it, but I would be a bit reluctant to eat it. But if I were to choose it, I would not.
Okay, so that's a no on pineapple on pizza then. So if someone asked you want pineapple on your pizza, you'd say no. All right, there you go. So far, we've had one person on here saying no to pineapple on pizza. Huh? That's pretty good. How you doing? Are you getting hungry? Do you want to go eat some food?
Yes, it's like 8:30 at night now, so it's probably about time I should probably be thinking about dinner.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go and do some cooking as well. I don't know what I'm gonna make, but I'll make something. It was nice having you on here and chatting about things. And thanks for your input on this thing. We're definitely not gonna do thread murder on this thing. We're gonna skip that, but it was all pretty good.
Yeah.
So how do I pop you back in? There we go. Right. All right. So hopefully you enjoyed yourself and had a something to do for a while. We've been at it for a few hours now. How long have we been talking for? 4.5 hours. There you go. Right.
A little while.
Yeah. So yes, I will be back possibly with stream later. Thank you so much, Caleb, for hanging out. Thank you all for hanging out, and I'll see everyone later. Bye for now. You're supposed to say bye, Caleb.
Okay. Bye.